Swipe left, someone said something stupid. Swipe right, now I'm watching what you did. Power down, now I'm at a disadvantage. But I think that it's worth it. I put my headphones on, I play my favorite song. I go to sleep and try again. Mama used to try and tell me no man is an island, but I think I feel like drifting away. Mama used to say tomorrow never comes, so make the most, but I think I am done with today. Think I am done with today. Boss says, man, you gotta make an effort. Feel like all I do on earth is just say yes, sir. And when I tell people how they make me feel, they treat me like a leper. I put my headphones on, I play my favorite song. I go to sleep and try again, again. Mama used to try and tell me no man is an island, but I think I feel like drifting away. Mama used to say to me.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to yet another AFR broadcast. As usual, I am Kunai Zero, and with me tonight bringing you Tier 3 is Combined YouTuber.
Hello.
Okay, so we're getting straight into it. This time around, we're into the qualifying session here for Tier 3, 18 minutes on the clock. For these guys, they make their way around the Marina Bay circuit. Miko in the chat saying it's going to be a wet race, which is awesome. Funnily enough, speaking about wet races, the only ever night race ever to be held under rainy conditions is in Singapore, and it was in 2017. And I didn't even finish in wet conditions. It was just what it just started that way. So it's an interesting start.
Yeah, it was wet at one point. 2017 was that collision, which
Yes, that's right.
decided the championship in 2017.
What's hilarious about that particular instance, right? And that gets me the most is, Max Verstappen got away scot-free until he didn't. He was in the middle, and he was the one that took no damage until he went around the first corner, and Kimi Räikkönen was like, "Nah, I got you." Just slammed into him, which is so funny. Okay, so I'm just going to make sure.
Not many drivers today, but there's a lot of people not attending, so.
All right, who's in the Mercedes?
Which Mercedes?
There's the one that isn't Scarsoul's.
Okay, the new guy, HK Racing.
Okay, so he's number 44, so he joined late. That's cool.
Yeah, he joined late. 14 drivers.
That's okay.
It's a bit unfortunate, but hopefully we can still have an enjoyable race to watch.
I think we're all good. Yeah, I can see that there's a ton showing at the bottom there, so that's okay. All right.
Yeah, it's all right.
Hopefully we should be all good now.
Yeah.
I need to make sure that you guys have. I wish this would save sometimes, but they never do. All right. There we go. Alrighty. That was a slow start, but we're away now. Let's see who's on track. I believe it's going to be one of the AlphaTauris.
King J or Mickey. Oh, they're both here, aren't they? Oh, wait. Mickey's not in the session yet. I thought they were both here.
So I think it's King J that's coming around the Final couple of corners now. There we go, around the final turn, so he will be starting his lap here, coming up into turn 1. So 15 minutes left on that clock. See how well King J can make his way around this circuit. What lap times are you expecting these guys to do?
136s, 137s, maybe. Well, for this tier, obviously being the slowest tier, it would be around that. If we go into like tier 1 or tier 2, it'd be close to 35, I would say.
Oh, apparently there's no game audio. Let's try that. Alright, hopefully that'll be working.
Pause and unpause usually works with that.
Yeah.
Here we go, I'm just looking at Valhalla. I don't know if he was the first one on track, but I just happened to be on him. So I think there's only one or two teams with, no, actually 3 teams with 2 drivers. There's Alpine, Mercedes, 4 Williams as well, and also McLaren, and also Ferrari. So no Alphas, no Alfa Romeos, no
No, the Alfa Romeo is the only team that have nobody representing the team. Everyone else has at least one.
Oh, okay. Cool.
So there we go. King J crosses the line there, 138.0 to get us started. I'm sure we'll see a bunch of other times follow through. Valhalla already has front wing damage, and so does M-Dog. He's
Wait,
actually
for
just pit. Yeah, he actually just pit. So M-Dog's just had that fixed, but Valhalla reporting wing damage.
Nameless guy across the line with the 141.7, and Cade with the 137.3.
Oh, hold on a minute. Okay, so who is third right now?
Nameless guy 653.
All right, that's a sub, I assume.
Yep.
All right.
He is subbing for Weru Boy in the Alpine.
I love it when people
Fluxy.
don't tell me stuff.
Fluxy in the Aston Martin goes P3. But at the moment, Cade ahead by 7/10, massive margin.
Yeah, there we go.
An incredible banker.
So 137.3 from the McLaren driver, currently on board with Arbuzin here. For Team Haas, just making his way around the back end of the circuit, waiting for his flying laps. So 7 people on the board so far.
Striker with a 150. It's a good time.
50.4, so that's definitely a warm-up lap.
Yeah.
Just having a look at there. So Cade, of course, owning all faster sectors at the moment.
That's not a surprise.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a big reason for there's not many people, because the Grand Prix is on. I think a lot of people are at the Grand Prix.
At the Grand Prix?
I think some people are actually there.
Oh, okay. Damn.
Which is very interesting.
I do know a couple of members of AFR who did go. I didn't realize that this many people from Tier 3 would be attending. That'd be hilarious, actually.
Well, not everyone.
Oh, there you go. There's like, okay, apparently there's like 5 AFR drivers there. There we go. That's nice.
Not all Tier 3 drivers that are not here are there. I know Dodge is there. Apex is there. Lights is... I don't know where Lights is. The championship leader, of course. So he probably might lose that lead because his rivals are here today. But not looking quick at the moment. Farmer Sam. And then M-Dog is not... M-Dog is just starting a lap now.
Yeah, so on board with Arbuzin at the moment, making his way through turn 13. So he'll be coming up on the second sector line in a moment into the DRS.
Oh, Arbuzin, okay.
So, all around 137.3, the time to beat. No faster sector from the Haas driver. So obviously we're on the board This will land him here, going through the grandstand. Short shifting there. Coming in it. Turns 22 and 23. Oh, he's round!
That was spectacular.
He's round.
He's reversing. He's reversing.
That's okay. So that that is an immediate black flag. Should you do that under actual race conditions? But he was just trying to get that time finished.
that looks spectacular.
So 143.8. Yeah, 143.8 is what gets recorded there.
Oh, his tires are done.
Yeah, for sure. They'd be pretty burnt up there. Actually, I might even be able to see him. Oh no, not a lot of wear. Let's see here. So jump on board with Scarsouls here in the Mercedes on an outlap at the moment. M-Dog jumps up to first provisional pole there, 137.0 from the Williams.
Oh wow! I did say they might get to 36s. There's a chance. There's a chance.
There. So who else came out there? John Hawani, 139.5. Still waiting on Valhalla, it seems.
Valhalla's on a lap right now.
So M-Dog has taken the fastest sectors now, all three. As we see the Mercedes coming around the final corners. So as they come around, how about you give us a rundown of the circuit?
Oh, it's Scarsouls, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. So down into turn one. Scarsouls using all of the track there on the inside. Is into turn, very quick set of corners. Turn 1, 2, and 3, all successive. As you go on to towards the next DRS, the first DRS zone on the track. I think the most popular overtaking spot on this circuit, turn 7, I believe. A medium speed left-hander. He goes to third gear, Scarsouls, and into a tight hairpin. Very hard to go side by side through there. Oh, and he's almost slid off through that left-hander, and now into what was used to be the Singapore sling, but it's now just a flowing left-hander. It's not the tricky chicane with all the curbs anymore. And now over the bridge into another tight hairpin. Oh, first gear he goes down to there. Interesting choice. And now into the second DRS zone. Coming into... I don't even... There's so many corners I lose count of the corner names. Now into the last sector where it's full of chicanes and traction zones. You got to be very careful through this bit. Now through the tunnel part where the grandstand is, it looks actually different in real life now. Maybe they've changed it a little bit. Oh, and he goes a little bit wide out of the exit of that second last corner. And now into the last corner, double left-hander. And that is a lap of the pretty flowing Singapore circuit, street circuit, of course. And Scarsouls is in P7.
Okay, so Scarsouls coming around there, 138.6. So M-Dog still in provisional pole with a 137.0. Cade hot on his heels though with a 137.3. Just having a look at those times. So from first to... Well, actually, interestingly, only first and second are within 1 second of each other. I take that back. King J comes across now, 137.5. So that's 3 drivers now within a second. Everyone else is in the 38s. John Hawani there, 39.5. Z-Dog, 39.5. Nameless with a 141.0 now. We'll jump on board with Valhalla here.
He still didn't complete his lap. I thought he was on a lap before.
No, currently on an outlap, so...
Yeah, he must have aborted it or invalidated. Oh! I don't know if that's... I just cut the track.
Yep. I'm not sure if cutting the track that much will invalidate your next lap. We'll find out, I suppose.
But if you do that stuff to get, like, more time to, like, let's say get another lap in, I don't think that's allowed. I don't think that's intended.
There is definitely a rule against that. If I'm playing devil's avocado, I would argue that with 5 minutes and 30 seconds to go, you don't need to do that. I mean, really, people are only going to be trying to do that with when there's much less time, and they go, wow, he's going over these curbs fierce. He's going straight into the pits, it looks like. Yep, so he's not even going to settle that. He's going to abort that one. Not a problem.
Don't know what's going on with him so far. Oh, and he runs over Mercedes pit crew. That's great.
So, just having a look at who is currently out on a lap.
So the Red Bull just ran over the Mercedes pit crew. So. Okay, so the Z-Dog. M-Dog, his teammate on pole position, or provisional pole position at the moment. Let's see what his teammate can do. Well, he's actually not on a good lap at the moment. He's over 2 seconds slower than his teammate right now, Z-Dog. So it's not a great session so far.
Yellow flag sector 1, that'd be... I'm not sure why
like
that was called.
Don't know where that is actually.
There you go, so Striker's crossing the line now for his flying lap. We'll see, currently with a 138.5, we'll see if he can improve there for the red team.
The Ferrari. Singapore is a Ferrari sort of track, as you saw last night qualifying. So let's see what the AFR Ferraris can do.
So goes through sector 1. It's well, it was momentarily showing up as purple. I'm not sure if that's correct or not, but it's green on our side, so not the fastest sector.
Could be a bug. This Singapore sling section is just a nice flowing corner now, so as much as the other one was a challenge, it's probably better to have a sort of a flowing corner.
Into the RSO now, down towards turn 14. Hard on the brakes, you want to watch out for that outside wall.
That was 14, okay, yeah. And now into the last sector.
So there's an improvement across the board for him. Both green.
Oh, a little bit of a snap there.
2 corners to go. We're looking to try to get. Oh, it's going to be a 137. Yeah, it's a 137.7. So stay 6th.
Not a bad lap though. Not a bad lap. 37's not bad. I see Scarsoul's just behind him, and the Mercedes also just starting a lap again.
So 2 minutes and 10 left on the timing tower. M-Dog still in provisional pole there.
But Fluxy in second place, 3/10 or less than 3/10 behind him. So let's see if Cade or Fluxy can respond to anything with M-Dog. He has won the last 2 races in a dominant fashion. He's on a roll right now.
So on board with Cade at the moment as he makes his way through sector 3. We'll stay on board with the McLaren. See if he can beat that time. M-Dog's time there of a 1:37.03. It's interesting. Funnily enough, Codemasters had the Ferrari livery ready to go, but it doesn't look like they did the same for McLaren.
I think they would do that later.
Maybe after the Ferrari one was ready for Imola. Wait, did they do it at Imola or Monza?
Monza.
Yeah, they had that ready before the race weekend. That's okay. So here we go. Cade comes across the line there. So 1:37.0 to beat. Those are the sectors there. The fastest sectors at the moment. Farmer Sam holds the fastest first sector. 27.0. Oh, gets a little squirrely, but keeps it out of the wall there. DRS on. 27.0 to beat. As they cross the line. Oh, and he does it. Cade will take the first sector there.
Oh, and Scarsoul spins out at the final corner.
So through sector 1, Cade is the fastest on track at the moment.
Oh, here we go. He's coming back.
So 37.2 is the fastest middle sector. The 104.2 in total. We'll see. Oh, someone's blocking the road as an Alpine! Oh, and he's dodged it. Well done.
How did he dodge that?
Wow. Okay.
That's definitely ruined his lap, though.
Well, maybe. We'll see. 104.2. Yeah, it is slower, and it's a yellows. So it definitely has slowed him down. That's unfortunate.
He had to lift off a bit as well, probably, to avoid it.
So that would have been Farmer Sam or Nameless that was spun there.
It was Nameless, I guess, because Farmer Sam's now in the first sector.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so Nameless spun across the circuit. That's going to be a problem. I wonder if anybody else is going to be able to get an improved time. So Cade will, of course, just come straight into the pits. He knows that that's sort of thrown away there. We'll jump on board with Fluxy here, who wants the timing updates.
Oh, his 4 tenths up.
Wow, he is he actually double purple sector? Double purple sectors, sector 1 and 2? Really?
Could well be. He's on for a 136 here.
There we go, around the final couple of corners. Just keeps it out of things. So M-Dog improves, 136.9. We have one driver in the 36s. Fluxy will come across the line there with a 136.678.
Oh!
So he will take provisional pole. I don't think anybody else can actually match him on track at the moment.
What a lap from Fluxy. 36.6. He's absolutely destroyed the M-Dog.
Oh, King J has gone way off. Jesus Christ. He actually did a full pirouette to the line.
the last corner is proving difficult for these drivers.
So
Farmer Sam, the last person to challenge for pole position. What can you do?
There we go. Green sector 2.
No, he's nowhere near it.
Gets an improvement though. 137.2. Jumps up in a third.
Yep, still a good time. And now we wait for. Oh no, he's in the pits. HK Racing in the pits.
HK Racing comes in and Arbusion will, well, he's still on the track there, facing the wrong way. So that'll be the end of qualifying here for Tier 3, but an excellent lap right at the end there from Fluxy, 136.67. So 3/10 up on P2, and an unfortunate lap there for Cade, being impeded by one of the Alpines.
So, great time from the Aston Martin driver, Fluxy, and then the M-Dog, the winner of the last 2 races, in second.
Okay, so area times. Fluxy with the 136.6 manages to take pole position for tonight's race. M-Dog close behind with a 136.9. Farmer Sam with a 137.2 there at the end. Ends up in third. Cade, of course, with the impeded lap, but still with a 137.3. So he'll start fourth. King J Striker, John Awani, Scar Souls, Z-Dog, and HK Racing will round out that top 10. Only 14 drivers, of course, in tonight's race. An unfortunate one there for Arbusion and the back. But, of course, they will... oh, no, that's no longer a rule. I keep thinking you get tyre choices at the back, but you don't actually have to do that anymore. I keep forgetting to change that for this year.
You get the free tyre choice for any position now.
That's right.
So let's see. It's going to be an interesting race. Especially... oh, yep. Of course, being the wet race. I forgot about that, actually.
And also, don't forget that due to bugs with the formation lap, we do not start with it. It goes straight into the race.
I think we're on full wet tyres. Like, I see the blue tyres in one of the garages there. I think we're on full wets.
It seems pretty damn wet, not gonna lie. Psycho saying they don't have enough paper for the reports we're about to see.
Yep, there we go. I've just checked the race director. Everyone is on wets. Everyone's on wets, full wets. So this is going to be an interesting start. Very tentative start, of course. Yeah, it's... I wonder if we'll dry up at the end. Or, you know, get better. Oh, here we go.
Here go the lights. Full wet race here at Singapore. 31 laps. Fluxy gets away at a decent start. And it looks like a good start from everyone. Only 14 cars, so the chaos should be less. As I see one of the AlphaTauris almost going to the back of the Alpine, but they go through. Oh, one of the McLarens is out already. I think that might be Cade.
Yep, Cade is gone. The M-Dog and Fluxy side by side, but Fluxy holds on.
Well done there, Kufu Cowboy and Z-Dog trading places there at the back.
Yep.
Ferrari there on the left.
Unfortunate start there for Cade, but now...
Oh, and it looks like HK Racing on the outside. Oh, he gets mugged by both!
M-Dog challenging Fluxy again into turn 7, doesn't quite get that. The Aston Martin holding on very well, but the Alpine of Farmer Sam just behind.
Abusion manages to take the position away. It looks like HK Racing gets a little sideways. Z-Dog might be able to capitalize on this. Valhalla also all the way out the back. Oh, as you can see him go wide there. So the Williams will get past. Z-Dog back up in the 10th place.
Wet Singapore is
Someone
so
just
chaotic.
went off. Oh, and the Williams is round there as well. Everybody going off. I see damage on one of the wings. That's going to be Valhalla. Valhalla with front wing damage and HK Racing also with front wing damage.
Hyoni also went off. Wow, this is chaotic. What do you expect from a street circuit in the wet? Absolute chaos. Wow, what a start. Okay, anyway, Fluxy and M-Dog still keeping their positions though.
Fluxy doing really well at the front here. Leading from M-Dog, Farmer Sam in 3rd place, Garsols in 4th, King J in 5th. There's the AWS predicted pit stop strategy. Considering the entire race will be on wet. It looks like they will stay.
But the entire race is on wets. This is going to be a long one then.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be at least 1 hour, maybe more.
Now, of course, the Singapore is notorious. Every single, in real-life race has had a safety car. So I feel like Tier 3 will be no different, considering the amount of chaos. But we do only have 14 cars, so there could be a position here where we get away from it.
Yeah, not many people driving, so yeah, might be a clean race. We'll see. What happens? Anything can happen.
Looking at the interval times now, both of the McLaren drivers having an off. Oh, and it looks like Farmer Sam goes a little wide, going through turn 7. So
the Cowboy rejoins.
So both the McLarens down in P11 and 12. Valhalla into the pits, of course, with that front wing damage. He's had that repaired. So has HK Racing. So no damage on anyone reported so far. Fluxy doing a great job here at the front for Aston Martin. No teammate for him tonight.
Yeah, Dodge actually at the track, as I said, in qualifying.
M-Dog doing a really good job here, staying within 3/10. You can just hear the engine go crazy on the revs there. He's just trying to
Rev glitch.
keep the car on the track.
Oh, big lockup.
Jump back a couple of positions here. Abusion in P8, chasing down Kufu Cowboy. The 2 Ferraris, 6th and 7th at the moment. The highest 2-driver pairing on the track is only actually, let's see, there'd be...
Ooh.
4?
Abusion overtaking Kufu Cowboy into the chicane there. That's a rare place. Although Kufu Cowboy did just join back. Maybe that was his AI.
No, he's in control of his car at the moment. That was him.
That's crazy how much he lost time there. Oh, the M-Dog sets the fastest lap. He's right on the back of Fluxy.
Oh, we've got a yellow flag. It looks like one of the Mercedes is spun in the pit lane.
Ooh, that was close.
What is that about? That's going to be HK Racing there.
No, it's Scuzzles.
It was Garsols? Wait, I didn't lose a
Yeah.
position. He spun and didn't lose a position?
He
Wow.
almost. Well, I think he lost a few, but didn't lose the ones behind there, like Nameless guy.
Fair enough. All right, here we go. P10, Z-Dog chasing down Nameless. In the Alpine. Ooh, getting really close there. Some of these the difference in brake zones for each of these drivers, it's going to catch them out here in the wet. Of course, you have to extend your brake markers, knowing that it's going to take a lot longer for you to get down to the minimum speed around the corner. You can just see Cade all over the back of this Williams. He's ready to pounce. He knows he's got the pace. He just wants to unleash it. But nobody will give up the position for free, and so Cade will have to put in the hard yards in order to get past this pack. Started 4th, currently 11th.
Yeah, his spinning at the start didn't really.
Oh, he's going to go on the inside here. Have a look at this. He gets it done. Oh, Juani might even have this as well. He does. The McLaren goes around the outside. Zedog loses 2 positions there. Great job from the McLaren team.
Absolutely mugged. Absolutely mugged. Meanwhile, the other Williams still on the back of that Aston Martin. He's right. He's finding it difficult to get past. It is hard to get past in Singapore. Farmer Sam just doesn't have the pace of these two right now, so he's dropping back slightly.
Yeah, turn 21 as they go through the final couple. Fluxy's still in the lead of this race, but M-Dog is all over the back of that Aston Martin. It's essentially a 2-horse race at the moment. Fluxy will take the fastest up at the moment, a 159.1, my mistake. So Fluxy and M-Dog at the front in their own. Farmer Sam 1.2 seconds behind. Keen J down 5.6 to P3. So Farmer Sam right now is in his own little bubble. But M-Dog doing a great job staying on the back of that Aston. Plenty of laps to go. But the question on the back of everyone's mind is, will there be a safety car and when?
The safety car will just make this even longer.
That's right, but it'll mean that everyone will get bunched up again. So all of these extensions in time will be negated and therefore give chance to some of the guys running behind at the moment. Cade would be yelling for a safety car, I'd imagine.
Maybe there's one now. Nameless guy's out.
Oh, there it is! Okay. Speak of the devil and he shall cause a safety car. I'm not referring to Nelson Piquet. That's not what I said.
Oh god, no.
Or Nelson Piquet Jr. if I'm being specific. Interesting.
Not that Nelson Piquet Jr.
Yes.
No,
Now,
not
interestingly,
Fluxy.
Fluxy slowed down a lot there. As HK Racing gets a drive-through penalty there for speeding. And that probably answers my question. It's exactly right, Dutchy. I was just thinking that. I'm saying, well, he slowed down a lot there. But 100%, he would have been hit with a delta and trying to get way under. So
Again?
Yeah, okay. So that's
rough.
You can get 2 drive-through penalties at the same time? Okay.
Apparently.
No worries. Well, that's
he just overtook Valhalla. What? He's got what? What?
Could we possibly be seeing desync here?
Maybe.
Could he be desynced?
He overtook Valhalla. Oh, but he's not got a yellow flag penalty.
Yeah, so that's exactly
the scorecard.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So there may be a situation where if he was desynced to the rest of the group, he may not have seen the actual timings. But that is the first time I believe in AFR history someone has been disqualified from the actual race due to extensive penalties.
Yeah.
So that we started with 14, we're now down to 12.
Yep. Well, I mean, you probably get disqualified for getting multiple corner cutting penalties. There was a few drivers who... 30
seconds. 30 seconds is what you need. Lotus, yes, Lotus did get close. I do remember that.
Lotus?
Yeah, no, that's true.
Oh.
All right, so we are under safety car conditions at 5:31. It didn't take long at all. Oh, it did happen. Okay, Gus is saying it happened in Russia to someone. All right, can't think of it at the top of my head now, but...
Russia, not surprised. There's a cut track.
Oh, it was Lotus at Russia.
Oh, of course.
There you go. Yep. Okay, so, yep, 12 drivers down. Oh, sorry, 12 drivers remaining, 2 drivers down. So this will be a breath of fresh air for the guys at the back. They'll be able to negate. You can see some of these guys with 10-second gaps. So they'll all be able to bunch up behind the safety car and get this race into more of a streamlined position. Cade will certainly take advantage of this situation. Let's have a look at the tyre wear overlay here for Fluxy. 14% wear on those rear tyres. Similar story here for M-Dog. 16%, not too much more. So there's still a lot of tread left on them. Now, you do not, under a wet condition, you do not have to run 2 compounds, of course. unlike the standard race where you do have to use 2 different types of compounds.
Don't
But-
think anyone's pitting unless the only pit stop you would have to do is only for the wet tyres if the whole race is full wet.
Mhm.
Which I believe it is. There's no like inters or dries at the end, probably. I mean, I haven't really heard.
It looks like it's going to be full wet for the rest of the session, so you can see everybody just starting to bunch up now. There's still a group at the back there. You've got Cade, Z-Dog, Hawani, and Valhalla yet to catch up to the group, so we'll see another couple of laps possibly under safety car. So looks like just managing this tyre temp. So that's another thing that's very, very difficult when you're going slow. The idea of a wet tyre, the way that it's designed with all the grooves, it dispels water at a rapid rate. I used to know the amount. It was something absolutely ridiculous. Like it was an absolutely ridiculous number of volume of water that it could displace per second. But the problem is temperature. So wet tires do not like heat.
Oh, yeah.
So they require heat. All tires require heat because you want some sort of grip. But the problem is if they balloon
What is going on?
too much, yeah, they'll lose a ton of grip. So
What is going on with Valhalla, Z-Dog, and Cade?
actually, that's a good question. They were actually traveling very, very slowly here. Valhalla is almost down to a crawl. We're seeing. Oh, hold on a minute. I believe we've got a desync issue. Valhalla has just dropped back. Now Valhalla's 60 liters a second. Damn it! That's right. That's it. That's it. They can displace at full obviously at full speed. But
Let's see what's going on at the front. Where is the?
So there is something very
the
weird
front-
happening.
The front seems to be okay. The front runners seem to not have this issue right now. I don't know what's going on. It might
Okay,
be sorting itself out
I
now.
think it's starting to reset now. So it's
Yeah, it's
showing,
sorted itself now. That was weird.
Actually,
I was wondering why they're going so slow.
No, it is showing Z-Dog is at the front.
Yeah, but it might. I saw that Hyone was at the front and he's now at the back, so it might sort itself out soon. There was a delta glitch, Cade says.
Hold on a minute. So
Maybe there's a
Dachi's
delta.
saying that Z-Dog is getting constant penalties, but we're not seeing any warnings on our side of the broadcast. Okay, for anyone who's watching and not sure what's going on, we're in the same boat here. You could just see the Red Bull there of Valhalla. He just glitched back and forth, so I'm going to assume that we've got a desync issue in the lobby. The car, they're starting to fly, so Cade is now showing us at the front of the race.
I think it'll sort itself out after, because they passed the first sector just then.
Mm-hmm.
I think it'll be sorted out after this now. There we go. Should be fixed now.
Yep, no.
Cade is the last person on track.
Yep, it seems like it's all good. Even so, it seems as though Valhalla's still traveling really slowly. Because the safety car will eventually have to restart this race. Now, if these guys don't catch up, then also, why does it look like... Is that Hawani there, stopped on the side of the track? No. Yeah, there is something extra weird happening here. Valhalla was glitching back and forth for a moment, so hopefully this will all... Hopefully it all...
Valhalla might need to leave.
So there you go. See, and again, there goes the timings. Oh boy. Oh
What
boy.
is going on?
Oh boy. The transponders are going nuts. Hawani again showing us. Well, once the... I mean, the safety car would have to call itself in.
Oh,
Now.
I think they might be restarting.
I think they are. I see cars stopped all over the place.
The smasher! The Mercedes going in the air.
Oh,
And the AFR is on top of him.
Alright,
Yeah, we're restarting.
So they're going to be restarting the lobby. Okay, not a problem. Restarting the lobby.
Yeah, so I'm going to be probably, because Tier 1 is right after this, I might have to leave just before the end.
That's okay. Well, the only other problem is we can't manually set the amount of laps. So this, yeah, this is going to be an issue. 7 laps already down. Usually these races would be time called, but we can't set manual lap time. So I'm not sure how we're going to go with that. In any case, we'll.
That's now the second time. We had this last week as well. That's the second time the safety car has bugged. I'm not sure. Someone's internet is in here. Like, someone's. I don't know what's going on. Like, there's. Because Apex hosted last week. And his internet's not that great. I don't know. I mean, Felix is fine, but.
Yeah, not sure what's going on there. But in any case, we'll wait for the lobby to
Some
remake. We might just take a short break. And we will be right back in a moment.
Oh, I got lost on the way to you in an orange sky by the ocean blue. Every mile lost, my soul renewed, taken by the sunrise and the golden view. Walking slowly in the mountains underneath the constellations. Yeah, I know that you've been waiting for me. Time is losing all its meaning, like I'm living in a dream, and I've been chasing all the feelings I need. It's in these moments with words unspoken, my eyes wide Driving all day, searching all night. Can't seem to focus this double sight. This is a tale sworn in a sight. Finding my way back to life.
One specific frequency.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Just had a short break there trying to organize some issues. And it looks like we should be okay. We have everybody back into the lobby, and we'll be able to get this race underway, of course. Now, since the lobby was set with dynamic weather, it will not be a wet race. That's probably for the best. I would have actually preferred if it was a wet race, but in any case, we'll leave it as
now we're
is.
going on dry tires, and it's fine. Mix of the mediums and hards again. And DRS.
So there's a 30-second countdown timer now. For Tier 1, from what I understand we're going to do is, it looks like Tier 1 will start as per normal, and then we will jump over to Tier 1 once we're finished with Tier 3. So it'll be a late start. Tier 1 will most likely already be in their qualifying by that time. So we'll see how it goes. We'll run it by ear. Or they do have 30 minutes to play with, but I'm not sure exactly how it'll go. In any case,
yeah, you go.
there are the lights, and we are underway now. Hopefully, we have a much better start than last time. Although the last start wasn't too bad, but we are on dry circuits. There goes Z-Dog right up. Sorry, the M-Dog rather, right up down the inside. So he will take the lead in this race.
M-Dog took it again, unlike in the wet start. M-Dog takes the lead in this one.
Valhalla making positions there at the back, up to P8 now.
Oh, a few people hit the wall.
All right, so a good start to the race. We will be restarting all 31 laps, of course. We can't manually set the lap time, so it will have to be another full race distance. Well, a 50% race distance here. So M-Dog in the lead here. Fluxy in P2, Kate in P3. A much better start there for the McLaren. As Hawani and Valhalla trade places in P8 and P9, but the Red Bull will come out on top there.
Looks like most people are starting on the hards, so yeah, the alt strategy is a quicker strategy around this track, I think. The hard medium.
There's the AWS there, so hard medium or a hard medium soft. I doubt anybody's going to try a two-stop. That's way too slow. So Striker there in P7, Hawani in P8. Z-Dog manages to overtake the Red Bull. The Red Bull went wide there through Sector 2. That's given the Williams an extra position. It's definitely a much better start. Everyone with a lot more grip. I'm sure they're all happy about it. Striker seems to be struggling a little. That McLaren is all over the back of the Ferrari.
He's already 3 seconds behind King J.
Yeah, there's definitely an issue with that car. I'm not sure exactly what it is.
Oh, hold on. Maybe there's damage or something.
You're right. No, you're right. It is, the telemetry is reporting that he has front wing damage, so a collision of some sort early in the race. You can see the Williams go straight past him as well. He will lose a ton of positions through this. Interesting, he chose not to come into the pits. I would have thought, being so early in the race, he would elect to get that out of the way, but he chose not to. We'll switch back up to his teammate Cade here. P3 chasing down Flukes in the Aston Martin. M-Dog doing a great job there holding the lead. 1 second the gap now. Williams is actually really far down the road. I wouldn't think Flukes would be that far back. And I have to commend, I'm just going to commend everybody in the Tier 3 lobby. Everybody's running telemetry, and I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Even the new guys are.
Everybody's running telemetry. I can see everybody's tyre wear. That is perfect. So Mikau with a couple of reports here. So weather is even more spicy. Dry start. Oh, hold on a minute. Dry start, rain in 30 minutes. Then dry at the end. King J says he's ecstatic about the extra grip. Yes, of course.
Oh wow, so it's still gonna rain.
Yeah, with the potential of rain, we'll see. He's also making puns while driving, which is impressive. Well, this is Formula One.
King J's driving and typing. Huh. Still in P6 though. So
M-Dog with the fastest lap there, 1:42.3 at the moment, lap 3 at 31. M-Dog again, great drive here from the Williams, his teammate Z-Dog, P8 now. Trying to chase down the other McLaren.
Yeah, that was just on another level in his drive. It's interesting that Fluxy got that massive, not massive, but like a significant margin in qualifying, and then the race he's just better.
Yeah,
at least right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was Cade picks up the fastest sector there, sector 1. So M-Dog was keeping well behind Fluxy in the rain. Ooh, as I see Farmer Sam. Farmer Sam's actually a rocket ship at the moment. Barreling down on this McLaren.
But yeah, Fluxy was leading in the rain with the M-Dog just behind. You're saying.
Man, is everybody running this fish helmet? Every time I go on board with something, it's a fish helmet. Gee, it's not regulation, people. All right.
Fish helmet.
It was appropriate in a wet race, though, I'll be honest. So M-Dog's already blown out almost 2 seconds. Cade is actually 2 seconds behind the Aston Martin. So, again, we saw something similar in the first running. Fluxy and M-Dog were actually in their own little bubble. Then, who was it behind them? I think it might have been Farmer Sam was, again, with like 1 second and then 6 seconds behind to Hawani, I believe.
Oh, Farmer Sam, a little bit of understeer. Okay, Fluxy back within DRS. Maybe, of the M-Dog. Yeah, I think he's within it. So he's got back in the DRS range.
Yeah, they're coming up to the DRS zone now, but all it's going to do is allow him to maybe catch up. You see that rear wing flap open? Wow, yeah, M-Dog is actually a decent space behind. Now, of course, there are plenty of laps to go, so we will reserve judgment for now, but it does seem as though Fluxy is on the back foot. See if he can clamber up throughout the rest of this race. Farmer Sam now the closest on track to anybody. Actually, I take that back. It's Busion who... A bit of an error from someone there.
Oh, only out of this race.
Oh, there's a crash. Where?
down
Oh, we're going to safety. Oh, wow, he's in the wall hard. He's folded the entire time. So that McLaren is out. And we have a safety. And it's earlier than the wet. Get that.
Yeah.
Get that.
That will help out Striker with that wing damage.
Yep. Okay, so Hawani is out. That front tyre folded over. So he will not be able to continue in this race. So yeah, Striker will be able to fix that front wing for free almost. As they come through, you can see that yellow dot on the map on the bottom right there. That is the safety car waiting for M-Dog to make his way around so he can catch him. And of course, bunch up the grid. Fluxy will appreciate the safety car as well. He was starting to lose quite a significant amount of time
Yeah, true.
to the guy ahead. So we'll see who comes in. I think it's a little bit early for proper pit stops, but Striker might choose to...
Striker should change the front wing. Yep, there he goes.
So I'd assume he'd switch to...
Mediums.
Yeah, mediums or softs. No mediums.
Definitely mediums. Let's see if he actually changed the front wing. Sometimes it doesn't change the front wing because you don't set the setting.
Oh,
There we go.
that's
No,
it.
he's got it. He's got it. Because there's a setting, you have to set it to yes. If you don't set it to yes, sometimes it doesn't change it.
7.4 seconds. The pit stop there for the Ferrari team. As he makes his way out of the pit lane now. He will rejoin the group at the end. You see Wani in the chat there. Too close to the wall. That's an understatement. You were so close to the wall that your front wheel came off. But I'm going to assume you mean too close to the previous wall, which shot you into that wall. That's what I'm going to assume, because the way that the car was angled, it seems like you bounced off the left into the right. And that's what caused you to lose your front left. So it's a shame there. So started with 14, down to 13 now, as we see Striker make his way through the track, catch up to the grid. With this safety car, I don't see any delta issues. Everyone seems to be nice and bunched up, so...
Touch wood.
Yeah, hopefully.
Fingers crossed we get a smooth safety car. And no alt tabbing because that's what broke it.
I believe. I'm not sure if that was confirmed
I
or
mean,
not,
I mean, it could have. It could have.
alt tabbing is well known to be a big problem.
Yeah. It could have been that, or it may have just been someone's internet was playing up, or I don't know.
Yeah, see, I knew it. I scraped the right before that turn thrown me on the left. That's it. Yeah. And the way the car was set up looked like you'd been slingshotted into the wall. And an unfortunate one there for the McLaren. Now the points for the team are going to lay on Cade here. He's currently third. It's a good place to be. Safety car looks like it'll go around one more time. Of course, with Striker still about 7 seconds away from the rest of the grid. Do you happen to know, combined, how many lights are on at Singapore?
I don't think so. There's quite a lot though, because it's the whole track is with the floodlights.
Yep. So those floodlights are custom made. They are specifically designed for and only for that circuit and that race. So
there you go.
they obviously I don't think Singapore holds. Does Singapore hold support series at night? I'm not sure. But in any case, those floodlights are custom made. They're to an F1. They're to the FIA standards for broadcasting. So they've got a longer rated life in terms of a brightness. So that TV cameras can get a proper, like a balanced color temperature and brightness for the track.
The safety car's in.
Oh yeah, so it'll be in this lap. So there are 1,600.
Yep, 1,600
lights.
I just looked it up just then. 1,600 floodlights.
That is insane.
More than 220 kilometers of cables need to be laid.
Mm-hmm. Good old Singapore. But I'm glad they do that. Marina Bay is one of the greatest circuits to grace the F1 calendar, and I'm glad that it's back. So here we go. M-Dog coming through underneath the grandstand now. There's only a couple of corners to go. The restart of the race will be up to him. He can choose when to go. My guess will be it'll be turn 22. That's usually when everyone goes. We'll jump on board with him. Just listen to the engine. And there it is. Fluxy actually stayed really well on the back. And the race is back underway. Lap 7 of 31. And we are back under green conditions. Farmer Sam going on the outside. Oh, I think Scarsouls might even try and go on the outside, and he does. They come together. No damage on either of the cars, but it was an ambitious move. Scarsouls will stay 5th. D-Dog up there in P7. Everybody's still well bunched together. But M-Dog is absolutely flying at the moment. Cade now outside the 1 second mark, as well as Farmer Sam.
The car behind is Z-Dog. Arbusion is looking at having a little look at the Williams.
So Arbusion is actually very, very close here.
We have HK Racing on the back of them too, the Mercedes, the yellow Mercedes.
Just have to be careful here. We don't want to repeat what happened to the McLaren. That's the problem with the street circuit. You know, the more of the track that you have at your disposal, the faster you can go. But the issue is, on regular tracks, you've got runoffs, and street circuits, it's walls. And so you really do have to play that balancing game as to how much of the track do you want to use, and how much of a risk do you want to take. Usually doing this well, keeping on the back of Z-Dog here. Striker now in a good position. He's overtaken his teammate at the back there. Oh, and Scarsouls actually picked up damage, front wing damage with him and Farmer Sam, so that may compromise his speed here.
It's not even visible. It's probably some sort of lime damage.
So Mikko is suggesting 15 minutes until the first drops of rain, so we'll keep an eye on that. Striker's going to go almost on the inside of Nameless there. Chose not to. Took the safer route. Probably knows what it's like to front wing damage. Wants to try and avoid that at all costs.
So I'm just seeing in the chat that Tier 1 will start the lobby 5 minutes later. So there you go.
5 minutes later. No worries.
5 minutes late, so 6:35 local time. Oh yeah, like Melbourne time. Which is the same as Sydney and some other, obviously daylight savings as well. Now it's all...
Striker's trying to go up on the inside here of turn 10. He gets it done. Well done.
Oh yeah, that's a good place to overtake.
Oh, Nameless gets sideways there. Cooper Cowboy will most likely be able to capitalise that as well. You can see it just on the back of the camera.
There's no DRS yet, I think, so... Oh,
Striker! Oh, you have got to be joking.
There's a safety car for that.
You have got to be joking. Oh, well, Striker, you can see the tyres lock up there. Ends up in the wall, has lost his entire front wing, so he will definitely come in to change that. I'm not sure why they called the safety car for that. The car wasn't stopped on the track for an extended period of time, but in any case, we are now on a safety car again.
Yeah, it could be just the debris. Yeah, the debris probably, the debris from the front wing. But you were saying stuff about the safety cars being on there's a 100% chance of a safety car here in real life.
Yes, there has been a safety car at least a safety car in every single Singapore Grand Prix. So, who is that around? So Arbusion is coming to the pits, Nameless as well, and Striker. Striker, of course, with the replacement front wing. You can see that just getting put on there. That's actually a really good camera angle for that.
I'm surprised that Scarsouls didn't pit, because he said he had damage as well.
That's another thing that bothers me there. So how come they can accurately make an animation so that the front wing comes off and a new front wing goes on, but the tires don't come off? They just change color. Like, seriously? Seriously? Anyway, all right. Lap 9 of 31. Back under safety car conditions due to that incident there with Striker losing his front wing. So it shouldn't be, I would assume, maybe 2 laps, considering how far back Striker is. Mickey, it took them 3 years to fix it. Yeah, you're right. You're right. So Striker on the soft tyre now with that pit change. So I wonder if that's actually a big brain play. If they know that rain is expected to come, and obviously the full time for the race has now been extended due to multiple safety cars, that'll mean the rain will most likely come closer in the race. And I wonder if Striker's just going to abuse the performance gain from the soft tyre, try and get as many places as he can off the restart, and then once the rain comes, he'll be in a good position for it.
He's on softs, interesting. And then the other two are on mediums. The rest of the field on hards.
Yeah, well, they had to change. So Abusion and Nameless, of course, had to change the tyre.
Yeah, of course. So they're on mediums.
That's actually a good thing. I have never looked this up. Can someone tell me? Do you have to change tyres when you pit? Is that an actual rule? I think it might be.
Oh, yeah.
I think it might be. Like, and I'm talking like in actual F1. That's a rule that I've never bothered to look up, but I think that's the case. I think you actually do have to change tyres regardless. Unless you're serving a penalty. If you're serving a soft go, obviously no.
Oh, yeah, true. But I think, yeah, not the soft... Yeah, I think there are some sports which don't change tyres at all and just put in a bit of fuel or something, but...
Yeah, no, I think...
Obviously, no fuel in F1 cars now, or no refueling.
Yeah, I do think... And again, someone in the chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do think you have to change your tyres in a regulation pit stop.
I mean, I believe you do, yeah.
So everyone is now bunched up again. Striker has caught the back of the pack, so the safety car should come in as they cross the Sector 3 line.
Yeah, should come in at the end of the lap.
Scarsols, interestingly, didn't pit for front wing.
Yeah, I don't know why.
So Gus rules. I think that's to stop people from using the pit lane as a shortcut.
Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he doesn't know that he has damage. Possibly.
It's showing up as light red, so I don't know about that one.
Light red.
Yeah. At least in the app, in the telemetry app that I have, it's color coded, but it's color coded slightly differently. We have race control confirming their safety car will be in this lap, so M-Dog will again restart this race. Now, the last time he restarted it at turn 22. Like a Formula E under safety car, it was quicker to go through the pit lane than follow the safety. Yeah, but that was a very particular. But that was because there was an incident blocking. I know the one you're talking about because it was a massive controversy.
Formula E is controversial.
So they brought in the tyre change rule. Yeah, I mean it's a whatever. It's a fair rule. I know, like obviously you have to change all 4 tyres. You can't just change like 2. And stuff like that. But here we go. M-Dog restarting the race. He's off and away. Flukesy is doing well to stay behind. Much closer this time around, actually. Flukesy's got a really good launch. Cade as well. Farmer Sam looking the inside. They make their way through turn 1 and 2. It's a very good restart from everyone here. Abusion and Kufu Cowboy trading places now. The Haas on the inside. The Ferrari forced on the outside. The Haas will keep the position there for B10. Well done. Oh, it looks like Nameless is trying to go on the inside. Does not work out. We'll stay 13th at the moment. And the Red Bull of Valhalla. Is he going to get him on the inside here? Oh, they slowly come together. There's a bit of contact. Oh, he misses the corner terribly there. Valhalla luckily did not take out the car ahead.
Cade just dropped a couple of places. I don't know what happened there.
He did indeed. 3rd to 5th. Scar Souls will be happy with that one.
Oh, he's slow though with that damage. Oh. He's very slow with that damage, Scar Souls. Cade will need to pass him quite quickly.
Oh, Valhalla picks up a 3-second time penalty there. Multiple warnings. So Valhalla has front wing damage. So that would have occurred when he bounced off the curb. Psycho. Cade does not have any damage. Scarsouls does. Scarsouls has front wing damage. And what I thought might happen, Striker now up into P10. So he is absolutely leveraging those soft tires now.
Yeah, those soft tires are coming alive. As they should, really.
So 12 of 31. We are past the one third mark of this race. M-Dog doing a great job at the front there, but interestingly, Fluxy is having an easier time staying behind him. Usually at this point, there'd be a 1 second gap. Fluxy is actually doing really well. I might have just eaten my words there. We'll see as they come around the corner.
Yeah, don't jinx it.
So Abusion's doing a great job here as well, just keeping right at the back of this Williams. Williams doing the exact same to the AlphaTauri. King J slowly dropping behind Cade there. You can see the overtake, only for a moment. Use a little bit of that battery. So a lot of short shifting here from these guys, just trying to mitigate the traction loss. As I say, almost every broadcast, there's a lot of torque that goes through these rear tyres. And although these tyres are big and fat and chunky, so much power that they will spin. And so using a shorter gear, or rather a higher gear, will allow you to mitigate that loss. As we see DRS now enabled after the safety car restart. Abusion down on the inside. A very good overtake, nice and clean.
So there's an overtake as well behind. Striker passing HK Racing.
Yep.
P9 on the soft tires now. He's coming through.
Yeah, those soft tires are definitely going to help him through here, but they're already at 20% wear with only a couple laps on them. Actually,
oh yeah,
exactly how many laps are on them. There you go, 4 laps there.
They're going to wear quickly.
Ooh, Abusion again, looking on the inside. He does. He gets King J through turn 7. Oh, but the switchback is on.
Oh,
leave him room. There we go. Okay, the Haas will go ahead. Abusion. P6.
Oh, Cooper Cowboy. And Valhalla fighting with the nameless guy just behind. That's for 11th place, so no points on offer there. But there's still a good fight happening down there. Arcade is still behind Scarsouls. With that wing damage, he's stuck behind him.
Cade is doing everything he can to try and get past the Mercedes here. It's not working for him at the moment.
He's also used his ERS. He's used a lot of his ERS to try and just keep up.
10% left in that battery.
Yeah, he's really pushing. Remember, Fluxy stayed in that 1 second range. He wasn't doing that before, but now he's holding well. Let's see, can he do it this time into turn 1? Nope, he's not close enough yet. And here comes Striker. Again, Striker passing Z-Dog on the inside. Into 8th, the Ferrari driver.
Yeah, he's doing exactly what I thought he would do. Exactly what I thought he would do. He's banking on the fact that rain is scheduled to come. He switched onto the soft tyre, and now he's flying.
Yeah, he's absolutely flying. He's now got King J in the AlphaTauri ahead of him.
Yep,
He's going to get past him as well. Nope, I don't think so.
There's only one thing that could unwind all of his plans.
It's starting to rain now.
Oh, it is. You're right.
I guess I just went on board with Striker and I see the raindrops.
Yeah. So there's only one thing that could unwind this now is that if he loses front wing again.
Oh,
wow. We have a safety car. Why do we have a safety? Oh, and he touches. Oh, he's touched King J as they come through. So that's really that's obviously unintentional. What happened, of course, was the safety car was called. Everybody would have been called for a delta, and Striker's just gone right into the back of King J because he slowed down just so much there. But why a safety car?
I don't know why.
I'll tell you why. I can tell you why a safety car. Actually, Abusion is reporting quite heavy front wing damage. I will jump on board with the Haas driver, and there's none there. There's no wing.
That's most likely why Abusion has
Ooh, and Kufu
That's
Cowboy
why.
ignoring yellow flags.
Yeah, that's the reason why these safety cars come out. The
Yeah.
Arbution.
Please tell me that we are not having the lobby issues again. Because the last time I saw the ignoring yellow flag, everyone started getting reporting for like. Anyway, we'll keep on board. 14 to 31 here, so Arbusion will have to come in and get that fixed. Now that we see the rain pouring, I wonder if everybody's going to come in and switch those tyres, probably onto the intermediates.
Well, they got really wet quickly.
Oh! Striker! Oh, he didn't lose the front wing though. Oh, but he just rammed the rear wing. Jesus Christ.
Oh, Mercedes as well!
HK Racing's done it as well!
Yeah, it got wet so quickly. Holy. Like, extremely quickly. Oh, Valhalla got a 5-second.
Now,
well.
that's really unfortunate there. Valhalla got pinged for a 5-second penalty because HK Racing was spun round. But you're always on track at Singapore because it's a street circuit. Oh, and he picks up a speeding penalty as well. Oh, my God.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Yeah, everyone going on those inters. Well, what a race this is.
So, I mean, props to Striker, P7. Yeah? So just have a look at his race story here. Started 6th, right? Is now 7th, but dropped all the way back very early on due to the wing. So, well done to him.
A good strategy call, yeah. Very good strategy call to go on the softs and get track position. Yeah, he did qualify in P6. This is still decent, but yeah, as you said, dropped to the back and has come back, has recovered well so far.
So everybody making their way around the circuit. They'll get bunched up yet again for the 3rd time.
Now I think Scarsoul's obviously because he pitted for the inters, maybe he's changed his front wing now. I don't know. You could probably check that.
Yeah, so he is not reporting any damage anymore, but Z-Dog is.
Ah.
Now, I'm curious what is up with that. I don't see any visible damage there, so it's clearly something light. I don't know if he's just bumped the wall or another car. Striker also murdered King J. Yes, we did see that. So that explains one position. Yeah, that's one. But King J did slow up quite a lot there. So I don't know. Again, I would assume maybe that's the Delta. He was just trying to not get pinged by the Delta, and then he's hit up the butt.
It is down to the driver behind to avoid a collision, though.
100%, 100%. But and I'm going to be the first one. I am the first one to say that because I'm sick and tired of all you goddamn heroes who complain when the car heads up. Oh, well, he braked early. That's your problem.
Yep.
The guy can brake wherever he wants as long as it's not like 500 meters away from the.
Who cares
corner.
if you brake early? If you run to the back of someone who brakes early, that's on you.
Did someone just go into the? No, they didn't. Yeah, so I understand that completely, but at the same time, if you do slow up rapidly in front of the car in front of you, well, it's they can only react so much. So it's just an unfortunate one of that.
Well, yeah, that would be a brake check if it's like out of nowhere, just brake. But if you're braking for a Delta, like, I don't know.
Well, the thing is, I'm going to assume that King J got the warning, but Striker did not, because some people get it flips out for some people more so than others. So anyway, King J's rejoined there in 10th place. Hopefully he can make his way through the grid. We can see it's still raining quite significantly. Actually, go on board and just see how. Yeah, that's a lot of water. There's no standing water on the track as of yet. It's just coating it, but I wonder if we'll see it enough for full wets. I don't think so. M-Dog is having some trouble with these tyres, though.
Well, we saw the M-Dog. We saw the M-Dog in the previous attempt at this race. He struggled in the wet compared to Fuxi.
Yeah, that's a good point. The only issue, though, is did these guys run dry or wet setups?
Yeah, that's a good question as well, yeah.
Did they change their setups different to the first race? Because that might explain a lot.
So Nameless Guy on the wet tyres. Don't know if that's the right call.
I think it's wet. It's definitely not wet enough for wet tyres.
No, yeah, it's full wets. He's on full wets.
Yeah, it's definitely not wet enough for that.
Yeah, not quite.
And if he's banking on it to get to that point, sure, but you're going to lose so much time.
Safety car's in.
Yep, safety car will be in. So he's going to lose so much time at the back there. Hopefully it works out for him, but I just don't see that. So M-Dog now in charge yet again of another restart of this race.
Three safety cars so far, yep.
Now, he's going to have to be careful because you don't want to mash the gas pedal on a restart in the wet. Tends to do bad things. So we'll see how well Fluxy can stay behind. Again, like you brought up, combined Fluxy was a lot better in the wet in that first session. So I wonder if we'll see a bit of a position change here. We'll see if M-Dog can keep up the performance that he's been showing for the race so far. We're actually just past the halfway mark now. Listen to that engine. Yeah, takes it a lot easier through that final corner. Oh, geez, he's all the way to the line. Making sure not to...
Lost it a little bit.
15 laps to go. Cade makes... Oh, Scarsols might just have the inside. Cade has to go wide there. He's probably going to get a warning for it. For sure. Arbusian now up in the position. P6.
Oh, a lot of people drifting around there. The Ferrari, the Alpha Tauri was drifting as well.
Well, nobody's in the wall.
Not yet.
Pretty decent restart. People have traded places all there. You can see the gain lost there. King J. Oh, Z-Dog is well gone. Dropped down 3 positions there. Lost one to Nameless now as well. Down in. So he's now last.
That wind damage might have really affected him.
Yep.
They're now putting behind the only wet tyre runner on the grid so far. It is a gamble that Nameless guys took there. But let's see if it pays off for him.
So Scarsoul's doing well here. Keeping up with Farmer Sam. Looking in the outside.
He might even pass him now. Oh, he almost passed him.
There's a lot of water coming off the back of those tyres. You can see it just fogging up the vision. Now, keep in mind, we are using the T-Cam for the broadcast, of course. But driving in cockpit view, that would be like driving into heavy fog.
That would be really bad, driving cockpit view here. Right now, in this race.
Well, and I must say, Fluxy is 4 seconds behind M-Dog. The gap is worse.
So maybe it was just that Fluxy was... I don't know what happened in the first race, but... That's weird. Fluxy was leading it. M-Dog was all over him, but he couldn't pass him in that first race. But this time M-Dog has pulled away 3 seconds.
It's definitely interesting. I wouldn't expect him to be that far back. 4 seconds.
It was 3 seconds for me, but yeah. Still a lot.
So Scarsoul, so of course no DRS due to the rain. Gus was saying you can't even see the apex of some of the corners because of the aero on the wheels. Yeah, exactly. You've got those little winglets. So yeah, that's right. It would be very, very difficult. I mean, I like cockpit view. I just like it for the immersion. But yeah, it does make it a lot harder to drive. Go back a couple of positions here. HK Racing, the other Mercedes, chasing down Arbusian here for P6. Much better race for HK this time around.
Yeah, not disqualified this time. It's a good debut race. That's his first race here in this league. He's in the points so far. What a track to have your debut at, though, Singapore.
Singapore, yeah, that's a rough one.
Very tough track.
It's a rough one. He's really close to this Haas. He's just got to be careful there. Runs over the yellow sausage curbs on the right. He's using a lot of the curbs, so that's going to unsettle the aero of the car. And in the wet, it's not something that you want. You got to be very, very careful. They're also very slippery. Water tends to pool. Half and half on the track. The esports line.
Huh.
Scarsos is doing a good job here, but just can't seem to pip Sam at all. And overtaking is going to be quite difficult without DRS assistance, so it's going to be down to trying to make the guy ahead of you make a mistake. Maybe brake a little too late, go a little too wide off the corners. He's all over the back of this car though.
It's just hard to overtake now without this DRS.
There you go, HK was actually faster last lap than our Fusion ahead.
We got obviously Striker behind, just keeping up, or trying to keep up. Oh, he's run a little bit wide there. Oh, he's got a penalty for that.
Yep.
Interesting.
So considered an off track, so he will pick up a 3-second time penalty for that. Only gets so many warnings. What laps?
That's a really strict warning there.
Gus Rules is asking, what lap time is M-Dog doing on Inters? M-Dog's last lap was a 154.4.
And that's probably the fastest lap.
Yep.
In the wet, I mean.
That is. The only lap close to that at the moment is Farmer Sam, 155.6.
With over a second quicker. Jeez, he's literally on another level right now. Let's see HK Racing on the back of Arbusion. Is he going to be able to pass him this time? It doesn't look like it into turn 1.
Even if he does, he's going to make 3 seconds a gap. Oh! Striker might be in a good position here.
Yep, Striker's on him as well. Oh, he's run wide again. Yeah, is there a look there to the Ferrari?
This is the closest battle at the moment. And wow, yeah, HK's actually dropped back quite significantly here. Arbusion is laughing. So that rocked him a little. Striker is in a really good spot now. It doesn't look like it's getting any wetter, so I think it'll be intermediates from here on out.
Oh, when he spun out, HK Racing spun out there, out of the same corner where he got the penalty, so that's unfortunate.
So positions gained for Striker and King J there. King J, of course, probably with...
So unfortunately, you notice he spun, HK Racing spun out of the hairpin.
Mm-hmm. So like
So,
I said,
yeah.
that's allowed King J to go up in 8th now. He'll be chasing down Striker. Of course, King J will be seeing red, literally and figuratively.
Ooh. Farmer Sam on the back of Fluxy, so Fluxy's just not on it right now in the wet conditions.
We're just getting a
This time at least.
We're just getting a notification. Apparently the Tier 1 lobby is up. So if you would like to make your way there, I can maintain for the rest of the race. I don't want you to be late.
If I stay here for the rest, I think I'm missing quali according to what the chat says, so I don't think I can stay for the whole race,
Yeah,
sadly.
no, that's okay. I will. It's all good. You get yourself ready, and I will maintain the rest of the stream. Thank you very much.
Yeah, all good.
So lap 21 to 31, 10 laps to go. Looking at all of these, nobody is within attack range of anyone else at the moment. HK is close here to King J, but with that penalty, really isn't much of a threat. Farmer Sam doing well up there in P3. Trying to chase down Fluxy here, who is, again, the gap between M-Dog and Fluxy is it's interesting. I wouldn't think it was that large, but M-Dog is flying. Flying. His last was a 154.7. Fluxy's was a 155.5. And in terms of tyre wear, there's really not much of a difference. I'll switch over to M-Dog for you guys. There you go. 19% on those rear tyres. Fluxy was 16%. M-Dog just seems to be able to extract a lot more performance here. I really do wonder if it was a setup change between the lobbies. I'm not sure. So M-Dog again crosses the line. 10 laps to go. Fantastic lead here for the Williams. It's undeniable. We'll jump back with Striker here. P7 chasing down Arbusion. Again, doing well, 3/10. Keeping on the back of this Haas all the way. I feel like he might be able to get an attack here. Let's have a look at the timings. There we go, last lap. Arbusion, 156.9. Striker, 5/10 faster. HK Racing staying on the back of the AlphaTauri as well. Desperately trying to gain positions, but with that 3-second time penalty, a lot of work will have to go in to maintain it. Now, of course, he will still be in the points. As it stands, Kufu Cowboy 8 seconds behind him. So, points are still on the board. He doesn't make too large of a mistake.
I've taken over from Combined as he runs off to the podium.
Yep, just about to say, there we go. Welcome. Early clock in for your shift, I suppose.
That's it.
More like running off to my other race.
It is. Alright, so again, nothing much has changed. It's a pretty steady grid at the moment. Everyone's just running their own race. M-Dog certainly is. 6 seconds ahead. He's well and truly in his own little bubble. Now Fluxy's doing really well to defend from Farmer Sam, but the Alpine of Farmer Sam's having its own issues. 1.7 behind, so everybody is like well segmented all the way down the grid. HK Racing did well to keep on the back of this AlphaTauri here, but even so, it is starting to extend again. Even Striker's lost his advantage on Arbusion. Was well behind, but just now dropping back everyone outside that 1 second mark. So I have a feeling it might just stay this way all the way to the end. However, it's not over till the fat lady sings. We still have 8 laps to go. Oh, HK Racing actually gets King J at the back there. Down the inside, King J will try and take the position. Ooh.
Oh, squeezed him right up on the curb there, but somehow the Mercedes found some traction there in this rain.
You can just hear the engine from the AlphaTauri just spinning out of control. And that might have been the reason. Yeah, wow, he's holding those revs quite high. Those rear tyres.
So, Nameless guy's just come out of the pits on soft tyres.
Interesting. That's, yep. Yeah, let's jump on board with him and see how that goes.
Still raining? Actually, I don't think it is. It's not raining anymore.
Oh.
I'm still getting like the splash effects on.
So am I, but it's not actually raining.
Raindrops on the car, yeah.
Yeah. Well, Nameless has decided to. Oh yeah, these don't seem like they're slowing down any time. Scar Souls with 3 second time. Oh! There it is. So yeah, it's definitely not time for softs. That was probably too early of a call. So yeah, I think the Alpine's going to suffer for that one. Hopefully he gets around with no damage. The only people that I'm seeing with damage at the moment is Z-Dog.
And hopefully he doesn't lose it in front of the lead cars that are coming through a couple of corners behind him.
Actually, Nameless has front wing damage as well as he goes round. Oh, hits the wall quite hard there. Oh boy. Oh no, we're gonna get a safety car. You get it going again, mate. Here we go. Yep. Pull out onto the track. There is a car. M-Dog is actually coming around the circuit at the moment. We're under green flag conditions again. Yep, he'll go straight past, won't impede him, blue flags. It did bunch up slightly though, I have to say. So King J here, trying to get back his 8th place.
And there's the safety car.
Now that'll be because... Now.
Nameless crashed out. He locked up.
He did crash out?
The second corner of the final sector. Went straight on. See what's happening now. Everyone is coming into the pits onto soft tyres. So
really,
maybe Nameless is just a lap too early. Well, I mean, it's going to be at least 2 laps of the safety car, so they can tiptoe around. And like we said, apart from this weird visual effects we're getting on the track that makes it look like a training, I don't think it actually is. So
yeah, you know what's
looks
crazy?
Like we'll be close.
Oh, everybody's pit. I was just about to say. M-Dog came out in front of everybody.
No, not again. Kufu and Valhalla are crawling in the final sector. The Delta, instant bad Delta. Both of them are taking up drive-throughs. I think Scarsoul's got a penalty, just a 3-second penalty, but yeah, drive-through for both Kufu and Valhalla there.
So Kufu will have to... He'll have to come through again.
Yeah. So Z-Dog will end up P10.
Oh man, I thought M-Dog was going to hit the back of the safety car then. Alright, well we've only got a handful of laps left to go. And considering how extended this grid currently is, it's going to be a very interesting restart. So, as you can see, everybody now on soft tyres. I don't see any of the splash effects anymore. So, yeah.
No, track looks bone dry. I'm on board with Z-Dog at the moment at the back, and he's pushing almost like quality lap.
Is that right? Oh my god, if that's the reason, that's so hilarious. Can each person have the safety car? Can each person have the safety car set to...
I think it's a game setting, it's not a lobby setting, yeah.
Because I know the pit stop one is a driver can change it individually. With the immersive and broadcast.
I mean, the safety car deltas have always bugged out in the F1 games, at least the last couple of iterations. We've always had desync issues and that sort of stuff, but...
That's something to look at. So, everybody, the majority of people are now there. So, Kufu Cowboy is still 10 seconds behind.
Okay, they're saying to set off the lobby host, so if the lobby host has it switched on, then it might be...
Then it wouldn't be, because if he had it switched on, then wouldn't everybody see the broadcast?
Yeah, I agree. I think it is just a weird timing bug. Singapore in the wet with the safety car seems to trigger.
So just waiting on... So it'll be Kufu, Valhalla, and Z-Dog to come through. Now, Kufu did not come into the pits again. He stayed out with that drive-through, so... He has three laps, I believe. You have 3 laps to serve that. Now, of course, if you're on a safety car for those 3 laps, there's nothing
Yeah,
you
it's
can
a
do
3
there.
laps after the safety car, and I think it gets converted to like a 15, 20-second penalty post-race.
At the end, yeah. So maybe he'll just be going for that. So we may come in this lap.
Good, I think everyone will catch up before Sector 3 at this point. Yeah, I think Kufu at Valhalla did come in for fresh tyres as well, but they have to serve their drive-throughs on a green flag, so they'll drop to the back of the field, unfortunately, once we go green flag racing. I think we're probably too far out for them to serve them post-race, because I think if you can serve it within 3 laps, you have to serve it within 3 laps, so...
Yeah, there we go. Safety cars in this lap, so everybody's caught up. It'll be up to M-Dog for a 4th time in this race to start this off. Now, M-Dog has been showing an exemplary performance this entire race. I wonder if he'll be able to do it for the last handful of laps. Fluxy has been giving a second chance now. Will he be able to maintain the gap? The other person this has not worked out for at all is Scarsols, because that 3-second penalty is going to hurt now.
Yeah, he's going to want to try and put in a few quality laps before the end, try and extend that gap.
There we go, M-Dog is gone. That's not as big of a gap as it was previously. So here we go into the first turn. Cade right up the back of that Mercedes. So we'll have DRS for 1 lap. Based on the restart here. Everyone doing well at the moment. Fluxy only. Oh, actually, it has just. M-Dog is so fast. Man!
He's almost broken DRS range already.
So just. The only reason this weirds me out is because in the previous lobby, right, he was sticking to the back of Fluxy, but it wasn't crazy, right? But now he's in the lead and he's just so far out, man. Like, he just found something. Anyway, power to him. Fluxy really has to get the hurry on because I think Farmer Sam might actually try and jump him in a couple of laps here. Kufu Cowboy, of course, still with that drive-through penalty. Valhalla with the 3 seconds. Cade is actually maintaining. Oh, as M-Dog picks up fastest. And that's exactly what I was going to say. Cade was actually maintaining quite a significant speed through those corners. He's made the move on Scarsouls pretty easily there. I wonder if this McLaren comes alive. We'll see if he can get Farmer Sam at this pace. P4 now. That's where he started, I believe. Yep, started 4th. Injay at the back there, P9. Closing in on HK Racing. So Mercedes are not having a great time this race. Albusian might even be able to go for an attack soon. Farmer Sam is keeping really close to Fluxy here. I wonder if the only people that are reporting damage at the moment is the Z-Dog. Looks like he does have some.
Oh, we've got a Mercedes round. Looks like Scarsouls has lost it to the bridge. He's lost his front wing now, dropped down to 10th place.
And, yep, as I was saying, it seems like they were struggling. And he's, that's a real shame now. There's not much he can do. He'll have to pit or try and limp round, but in any case, the damage is done.
And with HK Racing's 3-second penalty as well, that'll see him drop down to P9 at the moment. Z-Dog just within the 3-second buffer.
come around this line. I'm just curious to see. Oh, there we go. There's. Oh, that was enabled really quick, actually. Well, DRS will be available for these guys. 3 laps to go. There's the warning in the timing tower. Cade is so quick right now. 140.7 from Fluxy last lap. 140.5 from Farmer Sam. 140.42 from Cade. Farmer Sam is well and truly up behind this Aston Martin here. And I'm just curious. I wonder if Fluxy is even the tire temps. The tire wear. Everyone's around that 20% mark. Farmer Sam actually has a little bit more wear on his tires. ERS is low for everyone except M-Dog. M-Dog's still at 64% battery charge.
Not even breaking a sweat at the moment.
He's not. He's really not. That is just a nice, consistent pace. Farmer Sam is trying everything here. Cade was right there, and now he's not. So, like, Farmer Sam is pushing really well at the moment. And he'll have the DRS advantage for the next couple of laps as well. So, Fluxy better be careful. He better choose his lines correctly. Otherwise, he may be in danger. Losing that second step on the podium. So he climbs right back up there. We'll go through the first couple of turns, and then we'll have the DRS section going down towards turn 6. Don't know if it's going to be fast enough. Whoa, it's rapid. He's going to take the outside line. Fluxy will try and maybe break a little bit later, see if he can hold him off. Yes, the Martin stays on the inside. Oh, the Alpine's going to have the better line going into turn 8, though. Farmer Sam sets the fastest sector 1 time by doing so. Wow, well done to the Alpine. Oh, hold on. Oh, still side by side at turn 10, and the Aston Martin pulls out in front. Jesus. M-Dog must be cheering. Just like, yep, keep doing that. So Fluxy is pulling everything out of the bag. Oh, it's a little bit of a... Oh, he spins him! Oh my god, why is that not working? There we go. Oh no, now the McLaren goes in! The wing comes off! Oh my lord! Oh, he can't stop in time! There's damage! There's damage to both the McLaren and the Alpine there. Fluxy might have just gotten lucky. Oh, the McLaren's off the side of the track now. Arbusion picks up a 3-second time penalty for multiple warnings. Oh, it's all happening at the back end of this race. Cade drops down to 8th position. Wow. Oh. That is a massive upset there. There's a
This
final
really
lap
helps
warning.
King J. King J is going to get in the top 5 here with the current position.
Yeah, with those 3-second penalties from Arbusion and HK Racing, you're right. King J will be able to skate home into P5. He'll just have to make sure he maintains the gap. It's not going to be very hard with only 1 lap to go. Have a look at Striker, though. Where did this performance come from? The Ferrari's challenging him down on the outside. He's got the DRS there. So he'll have to play it safe. Don't go too crazy. Alpine maintaining the gap now. Oh, what is this? Whoa, what is this? Holy Jesus!
Twitch is going to take down the chat, I think. I think that's an appropriate content.
Oh my god! What was that? What? Oh my god! That is the most interesting overtake strategy I've ever seen in my life. It's just like, I will go through the car. Oh my god. Okay, well, Striker is now in P3. I have no idea how... Because he didn't even spin Farmer Sam out.
I'm guessing they're both completely distinct from each other.
Yeah,
then.
yeah,
And
of course.
the fact that usually one person still sees the actual position and gets taken out. The fact that happened, I think they're both just in completely different locations on the track to each other.
Well, in any case, M-Dog crosses the line and will take the win here at Singapore. And 26 points, I might add, with the fastest lap there as well. Fluxy manages to go in P2. Striker will come across in P3. And have a look at this massive gaggle of cars as they cross the line. Oh! Was that? Oh, no, he did cross the line. Cade just hit the wall, and I'm thinking, like, did he just lose out on positions because of that? But no, up into P6, King J in P5. An unfortunate race there for our Vision and HK Racing, of course, with the penalties. And, of course, Valhalla at the back there with the 3-second time penalty. And, my lord, that's, well, that's a very interesting race, to say the least. So that'll be everybody now, I believe. Across the line.
I think we've still got Scar Souls. Just
That's right, yes. That's right.
Corners.
That was an eventful race, but M-Dog really didn't seem at any point to not have that in the bag. He drove such a fantastic race there. 4 safety car restarts he had to do. 4. And each time he did them to perfection. He stayed well ahead. There's our Fusion there, driver of the day. M-Dog taking the top step of the podium there, well deserved. Again, took the fastest lap as well. The extra championship point for him. Will be a good boost for standings. So there we are. Started second on the grid, ends up first in the race. Fluxy there in P2. Striker coming across in P3. Farmer Sam in P4, King J gaining a bunch of 2 positions there due to Arbusion and HK Racing's penalty. Cade as well. An unfortunate end there, Cade going for P3, but ended up coming in contact with Farmer Sam and sliding off the track. So he drops down into P6 there. Kufu Cowboy rounding out the top 10. Valhalla, Scar Souls, Nameless Guy, and Hawani down at the bottom. Hawani and Nameless Guy with DNFs. Quite an eventful race there. Fastest lap at 139.699. Okay, so we'll go for a short break, but it really won't be that long because we're going to go straight into T1. They've already started, so don't go anywhere. We'll be switching in just a moment.
Standing in the cold, cold rain, I don't even feel the pain. Anything to step away. I know we could both do better. Wish you would've left me here. Now I'm just controlled by fear. What's the point in our reflection if you never look in the mirror? Counting the days until you're gone, waiting for us to carry on. Oh, I'm running, what am I running from? Time's going by, but where's the time going? I tried to give you everything, you took it all and took it for granted. If you're still falling out of love, maybe it's 'cause it's not enough. Maybe it's not enough, baby. I don't wanna lose you after all that we've been through. If you could change my mind, I would do it in a heartbeat.
All right, welcome back. That was a quick one. We'll jump straight in here. Now, let me just check these names. Can you tell me who is P14 at the moment?
That's Smitty in the Red Bull.
So Smitty is 38. Okay. Save that. And I think everyone else is good. I think.
So Fever, Zacko, Jack, Ek and Crush, Sneaky, Panda. So it's Panda in P7, not Andocat.
Oh no, they're sharing the same bloody number, aren't they? Is Endocat P10?
He is P10, yeah.
Yeah, they've got the same number. Cool. All right, well, there's nothing I can do about that then, unfortunately.
And Trin combined Pepsi, Smitty, T-Mac, Ali, Mikau, and Deezy.
Yeah, okay. So, unfortunately, they are sharing a number. So, the AlphaTauri driver is Panda, not Endocat. We will have to keep that in mind.
Smitty just died while we were sorting that out.
It's okay. So 2 minutes 50 left on this clock. Let's have a look at these times here, shall we? So FIBA has a 1:35.6. And that is the fastest time at the moment, provisional poll. I can't see Zakov's time because he is currently on an outlap, but when it updates, we will.
36.039.
There you go. That's actually a significant jump there to FIBA. So we'll stay on board with Zakov here, currently in P2. We'll wait for him to set his flying lap. He's just making his way through Sector 2 at the moment. Oh, wow. Really sideways there. That is a busy track. That is a busy track.
I think everyone except for Pondon and Mikau and the three drivers who retired are on track at the moment.
Are on track, yeah. All doing an outlap. That's crazy.
So it looks like we've got mixed weather conditions for the sprint and the race. So it's I think we might use up the entire allotment for Tier 1 tonight.
Okay, so 1 minute 30. You can see it going down into the red. So these guys only have really one chance. Show what they're made of. Zakov, of course, in the Alfa Romeo. Currently P2. He'll be looking to try and jump FIBA there for pole position. 1:36. What was it? 1:35.6 is what he'll have to beat. I wonder if the sectors overlay. There we go. Yep, there they are. Fastest sectors overlay. So on board with the Alfa Romeo. 26.5 is the sector 1 time he'll look to beat. Woo, so close to the wall. Wow! Wow, so close to the wall. Ooh. 1/10 down. Faster than his previous time, though, but not fast enough to take the purple. I have to say, this is a clean lap.
Ando Cat spun around. It's the second last corner. McLaren's made it through without any impeding.
So there goes Jackson, 136.9. Up to P7. There are all the times in your screen right now. Zakov slower in the second sector, a yellow. Oh, and almost pins himself to the wall. Luckily kept it out of there, combined with a 137.1. Up into P9.
And it just jumped up into P4, 136.395, filling in tonight from Tier 2.
So Zakov will cross the line with a 135.9. It's an improvement, but it's not enough of an improvement over this guy. But I think FIBA has invalidated anyway. So he will not be setting a time.
Just had Trin have a bit of a spin in Sector 3. That's the yellow flag you can see on the track map there. It's cleared now.
Eckham also slower in the first sector.
Oh, I think there's a Mercedes on the bridge. Oh, and a McLaren as well.
Oh, no. We
that's
saw...
Pond.
Yeah,
But-
we... Oh, no.
Oh, it's completely blocked now. It's complete. Oh, it's an Austin Powers moment now.
He's hit it! Fuck, that's it!
Oh, this is just going to be so many grid penalties.
Oh. Psycho, you're going to have to break out all of the paper. All of the paper. It
I
was
didn't see any grid penalties pop up, but
It was the second Tauri. It is Panda, but he is unfortunately sharing the same number as Endocat.
and he was filling in last minute for
Yeah.
Tier 1 to get some numbers, so that's fine.
Oh man. Oh, that was hilarious.
Oh dear, I really hope there were no grid penalties out of that. Psycho's just switched up the stream, I think.
Oh, hey, I'm not getting any... Oh, no, that's all right. That's fine. Okay, there we go. So FIBA with a 135.6 will take pole for the sprint race. Of course, this is Tier 1, which means they do have a sprint race before the main race. Zakov with a 135.9 improved, but not enough to take P1. Will start P2. Jack Humphreys with a 136.1 in P3. Eckham with a 136.3 in P4. Panda Crush, Sneaky, Mika, T-Mac, and combined round out the top 10. An unfortunate one there for Send Easy, who did not set a time. He will start at the back of the grid. And of course, Pond with that very interesting spin. Ended up in the back of Crush there, and ended up blocking the track for the majority. I don't know if anybody was on a fast lap at that point. I think they may have been. So I wonder if maybe that'll have to be reported. I don't know. In any case, that's a problem for the stewards.
That's why Psycho gets paid the big bucks.
That's it, of $0. Okay, so of course, sprint race. Oh, I can see it's foggy. I can see it's foggy. It's no rain, but it'll be cold. It'll be better for the engines.
So I've got the weather forecast for the sprint. So it's going to be cloudy for the first few laps. Then it's going to be light rain, and then it's going to clear at the end.
Huh.
So that's just for the sprint.
Yeah, right, okay.
So it's going to be changeable.
How many laps is in the sprint? 11?
10 laps at Singapore. So first couple, just this cloudiness. Then it's going to rain for a little bit, and then it's going to stop.
No
So
worries.
that's... Or what do you do? What do you do to go softs and then see if they'll make it all the way through? Because the softs will just make 10 laps, so they feel terrible.
Well, we're about to find out. 5 red lights. They're out and away. As FIBA gets a pretty decent launch, but I think Zakov might be fighting him right down to the end. They come together. The Alpine gets forced off the track. Zakov is currently in the lead, but I'm not sure if he'll stay there for long. As far as everyone else, though, it's clear.
Smitty's round to the back.
Oh, okay. There had to be one. Oh, hold on. That's an Alpine in the wall. There's a block. What's that?
So
What
it's
went on there?
And a cat there, going very slow on the straight, and Jack Humphries as well with damage.
Okay, so that would have been... I'm just thinking, which Alpine was that? It would have been Jack.
That was Jack, yep.
Yeah. Right down the bottom there, he just blocked a whole bunch of cars. Unfortunately, we can't go back and see that, but we'll see. So Endocat just gets overtaken. Already, man, right off the bat. That's what a false start there for everyone. So Endocat gets overtaken there. Jackson manages to get past as well. It looks like... Panda was the one that was overtaken. His teammate Mikau going up to P6 there. Panda goes into P7. Combined YouTuber now chasing down both the AlphaTauris. Zakov doing a great job, though. Managed to take the lead off. There might be a little bit of a call there. FIBA did get pushed off the circuit.
Collision between Endocat and Ali at the back. Ali nearly got shoved into the wall there.
Ekim almost ripped the entire back off that Ferrari. Luckily, he managed to avoid it. But he's now lost the position there. Pondon jumps up into P12. Trent is also all over the back of the Mercedes. And it's a pretty hectic start to this race. And there's only 10 laps to do it. Zakov for the 141.8 to start us off.
I think Jack Humphries has got wing damage, and that Alpine is so slow through the final corner. Smitty had to get out of the throttle.
You are correct. So Panda has front wing damage, Ekim has front wing damage, and yes, Jack has front wing damage. Wow. Panda is losing a ton of time and positions here. He's about to get mugged 3 times here. Look at that. Drops all the way down into P12. Oh, and the Ferrari goes up on the inside here of... Oh, and he taps him. DZ's round! He's into the wall. There's no damage. Well, that's a shame. No damage, though. He'll join back in P18.
Oh, and Smitty's round again. I think he might have some aero damage because he just lost it completely in his own there just before the bridge.
No. There is no damage being reported. So
he might just have cooked tyres then because no contact there, just lost it.
So the rain is coming down. Is it enough to warrant these guys to come in? I would assume so. Yep. Look at Trin there. Tokyo Drift. Oh! Singapore Drift managing to catch it just before turn 18. These guys will have to come in.
It's FIBA as well. Are we going to see anyone try and brave it out though? Is anyone going to stay long?
Zakov will come in.
Yes, the Ferrari Bali is staying out.
And Ali's going to gain so many positions here. That's brave. That's all I'll say.
It's very, very brave.
That's brave. I don't know if that's the smartest idea, but we'll see.
It really depends how long it's going to rain for. Already starting to get a few puddles showing up, and he's tiptoeing around.
Smitty stayed out as well. He's immediately lost positions though. And it looks like FIBA. Oh no! Smitty lost it and crashed into FIBA. FIBA, he's got away with no damage there, but God, he's lucky.
Polo Pepsi put on fresh medium tyres in that pit stop. And he's letting everyone through. He's not even trying to go fast.
Smitty is off the track at the moment, so this is it doesn't look like dry tyres are the option. Yeah,
no, especially not the medium.
Yeah, wow, he's having such difficulty getting around these corners.
And Zakov is out. Zakov is out.
Oh my God, he's crashed
on the bridge. And we have a safety car.
That's a heavy accident. Wow.
Now, what does Ali do? Does Ali pit now for inters, or does he just stay on the mediums and just hope it clears up behind the safety car?
Here's my only issue with that. There is no way Ali has the traction to do a safety car restart and not get mugged. There's no way. There's no way. I'm still trying to understand how Zakov crashed into the wall. He was doing so well.
It was a similar spot to where Smitty lost it.
Yep.
And I wonder if just the rain caught him out, just a little bit of lack of traction as Ali peels off into the pits. So his experiment on the medium tyres is over. Oh no, Smitty's in the wall. He tried to turn in under the grandstand and just understeered straight into the outside wall.
That answers your question. Ali has come into the pits. Now, where does he rejoin? He'll rejoin quite far back.
P13?
Yeah, maybe.
It's going to be behind the Hearts. I think he's going to be 15th.
Yeah, does he come out? Yeah, he does. So, yep, P13.
Oh, P13. That's right. First guess.
Alright, so...
It's not too bad. I mean, he's still up and at 4 positions from the start of the race, but I guess when you're that far back, it's always worth that gamble. Try and do something a bit different to gain that track position that just didn't pay off this time.
Yeah, well, that worked, of course, for Striker in Tier 3. He crashed out. Oh, he didn't crash out. He knocked out his front wing, came into the pits, swapped onto the soft tyre, knowing that there was going to be rain later on in the session. And then, yeah, profited immensely from it. All right, well, we are under slow laps at the moment. There's only a handful of laps to go in the race entirely, but in the sprint race, of course, we still have the main race after this, but Fever... Fever is he burning fuel? Is that what he's doing?
Possibly. There is that gearbox audio glitch as well.
No, I know. No, the gearbox audio glitch. So I know the difference. The gearbox audio glitch will be constant, no matter what gear they're in. Whereas if they're doing it on their own, it'll. They'll do it just like it's when the rear tires spin.
He's so close to the back of that safety
That's
car.
what I'm saying. Yeah.
Oh. Getting the toe.
So they will go up for at least one more lap. Who's that Red Bull?
Smitty.
I was like, that dot is not moving. But yeah, he's obviously he's on the intermediates now. I wonder. Jesus.
It's good to see him back in Tier 1 where he belongs, Smitty. He's a very good driver, just has a lot of bad luck.
He does, he really does. He really does. Alright, so Fever. Following the CrowdStrike AMG safety car around the track for possibly the last time. Smitty's actually in the pits now.
I think he broke his wing. Yeah, he's in a new wing. Yeah, right in plate. May as well do it now while it's on the safety car.
That is quite
Sam
funny.
Easy's almost caught the train. Pepsi a few seconds down the road though, so hopefully be back to green flag racing at the end of this lap.
I don't think they'll come in. It's usually like they'll come in like 3 laps before, right? I don't think they stay out too long. So.
No, usually it's about 3 laps, even if there's people not yet on the back of the train.
Yeah. In any case, this will be a an advantage for those who are losing a lot of time early on. They'll be able to bunch up again, hopefully get a second chance at all of it. Phoebe, oh my god, I know Phoebe's good and all, but like, even Crush, The car is crab walking right now. Look at it! What the? What? Seriously? Seriously? That's insane. All in the name of, oh, I need temperature in the tires. Excuse me while I drift this circuit. That's insane. I'm waiting for one of them to absolutely Romain Grosjean into the wall, yeah? Like Baku style. Wow! Just like right into... I was hit! Alright, man, no worries. Jesus Christ. Well, so the safety car isn't coming in. So they have to go around at least one more time. So we'll be... Yeah, so we'll be... we'll be starting on lap 7. So 3 laps of racing. I can't see tire temperature. That would be something cool if I could see that, but I can't see tire temperature, which is unfortunate. That would be curious to see what. Actually, if I highlight that. That's actually really cool. I can see each individual one here in the telemetry screen. I was kind of hoping I might be able to see tire temp, but that's not the case. Alrighty. So only one car to catch up to the grid, but I don't think the safety car will wait.
He'll catch him before sector 3, I think.
Oh yeah, actually he's going at quite a decent rate of knots. So, on this restart, it will well and truly be a sprint to the finish. I wonder if Crush will be able to stay on the back of Feber here, or if Feber can catch him out. Feber, see, that is such a ridiculous drift. It's so crazy. There we go. Okay, race controllers confirmed safety car will be in this lap. So, that's actually quite an early call, I must add. I know it is at the Sector 3 line. But yeah, Feber's going to have a lot of time to play. Feber is really good at these safety car restarts. Really good. See just how well this goes down. You can see him rapidly swerving left and right, trying to get the core temperature up. Now, I'd assume the final 2 corners is where he'll go. Never mind. He went really early on. Oh, but you see, that's not worked out for him at all. He's gone off the track there. So, interestingly, he went off the track on that restart, but it didn't really matter that much because Crush wasn't behind him at all. Have a look at Jackson, though. Jackson trying to go up on the inside here of Sneaky. And he might just do it. Oh, I think yes, Martin's got the legs though. It does. So for now, they'll stay in their positions. T-Mac in a good position here, trying to get down Mikau. And here comes the spray. Oh man, no room on that inside line. Oh, he's gonna have to go wide there. Mikau will back up a little bit. People are trading places left and right. So, Mikau goes around the outside. T-Mac does get spun a little. Trin will come up here. Combined, gets the position. Trin's going to try and sneak up on the inside. He gets the wing there. T-Mac is really loose. Panda overtakes Pondon there for B10. Apollo Pepsi and his teammate trade places at the back.
Yeah, that was team orders, that one.
Trent looking at turn 13. He might even get the switch back here. It'll depend what's the traction like. Nice short shifting. So DZ now P12. Jackson and DZ trading. Oh, this is going to be tight. This is going to be tight. The tyres are coming together. Hopefully no damage to either car. Oh, DZ's needs room. He doesn't really have it, but he started wide to begin with. I'm not sure how exactly that goes. DZ does stay ahead, though. P12. Oh, man. Apollo is just all over Endocat right now. And Fever with a 3. Fever had a really poor restart, and it didn't matter. He just got them all by surprise, so he actually had time to afford that slight mistake. Trin P7 trying to chase down Combined. Using the overtake there. Look at Eckham here, side by side with T-Mac. Panda's also in the fray. Panda is gaining some ground here, actually. His teammate Mick up in P5 at the moment. So the Mercedes taking a wider line through the apex. T-Mac still ahead. P8.
Oh, Pepsi misses breakers markers. Has a little flick turn. End of the straight.
The yellow flag being reported down there. It's too late for another safety car, so. Trin is in attack range here of Combined. Just seems like through some of these corners he's not. You can see the car is wanting to snap there. He's caught it a bunch of times now, but yeah, it's just not sticking with him through some of these higher speed corners. And Fever has put in a almost 6 second gap now to crush behind. It's kind of mental if you think about it. There's so much performance in the wet, my lord. Back a couple of places here. Eckham chasing down T-Mac. Doing well to stay behind. Panda looks like he's dropped back just a little. 2 more laps to go here for the sprint race. Fever seems to have it in the bag. And it looks like Combined might actually be holding up some of these guys behind. Just curious to see what kind of desperation moves these guys do. I'm doing well here at the moment. This hold-up has actually allowed Panda to catch back up. He should be okay coming into this final lap. So just looking at this time, Fever's almost got 9 seconds. 9 seconds. Seriously, that's so quick. What was his last lap? 52.5.
A bit of front wing at the exit of turn 3. And It looks like maybe Jack Humphreys, it might have been.
Eckham has a good fight here with T-Mac as they go through turn 8. T-Mac does have the room to do it. Eckham is getting weird on the gears here. Oh, that's a much better launch there. Oh, but and he hits the wall. I was just about to say, he doesn't have a lot of room there for the braking. These cars, sometimes they'll wiggle on you. When you go into the braking zone, Panda is sniffing blood in the water. Oh, they come together. I think Panda might have been spun, no? He's still there. It's the only people I can see here. It looks like Sandeezy, Sneaky, and Endocat.
Smitty's in the wall, made contact with Ali, and Endocat trying to go for a move of the hairpin. He's dropped down to P17.
Yeah, Endocat just picked up, has front wing damage there. Smitty has front wing damage. Sandeezy and Sneaky. So there we go. So FIBA will come across the line here to take pole position in the main race. He'll win the 8 points on offer for P1 here. In the sprint, Crush will come across in second position. Jackson in third. A good result there for the McLaren team. Sneaky will stay ahead of Mikau and take P4. And Trin managed to get past Combine right at the end there. P6, Combine will P7. And T-Mac at the end will pick up point at the last point in P8. Excellent drive there from FIBA. Trin, driver of the day. Positions gained. And there we are. So FIBA will take P1. And we'll start on pole. Crush in P2. Mika in third. Sneaky in fourth. Mika, Trin combined. T-Mac and... T-Mac rather. Round out that top 8. Only the top 8 positions gain points for the sprint. Zach off an unfortunate one there. Crashes out quite early on.
That was a long time sitting
Yeah.
there in his sim waiting for the sprint to finish.
So he will start at the back of this grid. Expect some pretty heavy moves from him. I can only imagine he'll want to get past all of these guys as quick as possible. All right, so we'll go straight into that race session. Now, I don't have... Do we have a weather forecast for the race, you said? I see it's foggy again.
Here we go. Someone's confirmed their strategy for the race. And the countdown timer has started. I think there might be changeable conditions as well for the main race, so drivers probably just fine-tuning their strategy.
Get straight into this one. 31 laps, yep. Marina Bay Street Circuit. There we are. The lights are counting down. And the lights are out. And the race is underway. FIBA with a very decent start. Gets ahead of Crush there. Well into turn 2. It stands actually a very decent... Oh, as FIBA gets really sideways coming out of there. You saw it just
Ferrari's
brushed
got
the
around
wall.
Pepsi. Bit of contact in the midfield. Polo Pepsi's been spun around at turn 4.
Come on, Nutriment and Panda fighting there, going through turn 7. Zakov and Deezy. Zakov is making moves early.
Oh, Daisy just got shoved into the wall there by Zakov, and I don't think he's too happy about it.
Echo. On the slope, quite hard. Up to hit the back of the Alpine. Endocat overtaking Zakov there. Zakov is having some real issues with his car here. Now, I can say that Ekim, Sandeezy, and Apollo Pepsi all have front wing damage.
Yeah, Sandeezy just tapped the wall again before the grandstand section, and I think he might come in and get that wing replaced. It's looking very understeery.
Fever kicks us off with a 143.2 here. Zakov is foot to the floor, trying to catch Endocat here. He wants to try and gain as many positions early on. Of course, with that unfortunate accident in the sprint.
The majority of drivers opting to start on the hard tyre. We do have Trin, T-Mac, Combined Ali, Endocat, Smitty, Pepsi, and Sandeezy on the mediums.
A really good move on T-Mac there, up into P6. Doing some work. So Deezy losing 5 positions at the start. Zakov 4 gains. Jack's also got 3 positions gained, not bad for the LP.
Smitty's been following Zakov through as well, so he's up to P15. Oh, Zakov got caught in a little bit of a sandwich there between Smitty and Pondon, going through the hairpin.
So Trin is gaining on Mikau here at quite a rate from speed. Curious to see where he'll make the move. Of course, DRS is not enabled till lap 3. That'll be the next lap running. T-Mac also very close to this Red Bull, and Jax as well. As we see DRS enabled now, so they will have it going down towards turn 6. Oh, and I think T-Mac might just try and get around the outside here. Does Mikkel lose out to him as well? He does.
Oh, they went 3 wide into turn 8, and Ali's out. Oh, so they're coming a mile away, and we've got a virtual safety car.
Interesting. Okay, so
it looked like Ali combined and possibly Zakov going 3 wide, and Ali just got squeezed off into the wall.
Oh boy. Well, it's a VSC. It's not a safety car. It is a VSC. So everyone just has to drive down to a Delta. But there will be no lead car. Which is interesting. I would have thought it'd be a straight safety car, being Singapore, but in any case. Oh, and Trin gets pinged. Oh, Trin and T-Mac get pinged for that. So they both get a drive-through. And you can see T-Mac coming in now to serve that drive-through. That's unfortunate. I wonder if maybe they weren't paying attention or if they did actually just get hit with that Delta bug.
I think what can happen sometimes is that when the VSC gets announced that it's ending, it jumps back up to 1 second under. Oh, we've got an incident at turn 1. It looks like combined YouTuber and Zakov have come together. Two Alfa Romeos have collided at turn 1.
Well, that's not good. Wow, man, there's some interesting things happening here with Zakov. Getting himself into a lot of...
I don't dispute that he's fast at all, but that doesn't mean that you can just push your way through from the back of the field. You do have to take your time and pass cleanly.
Yeah, if Hamilton can do it, you can do it. Alright, everybody remembered Brazil with the cracked engine. Z-Dog's asking if Zakov's desynced. I wonder if that might be the case. The only thing is he hasn't shown any behavior to suggest that, because usually they'll just drive straight through people.
Whereas he obviously collided with Combine because they both were off track after spinning, so...
Easy and Pondent, P16 and 17. So up into P6 now. On board with Jax. Chasing down Trin. Trin, of course, with a drive-through penalty to serve. I wonder if we're coming to serve that this lap. Phoebe sets another fastest lap, 140.8. Yep, so Trin will come in. So Jax will be able to go to P5 now.
Kapine picked up some wing damage from that contact with his teammate, so he's into the pits to get that replaced.
On board with Sneaky, chasing down Jackson in the McLaren. So fastest speed at the moment goes to Panda, 308 reached. Zakov and Endocat trade places the back there. Looks like Apollo Pepsi's in a good position to try and jump this Williams. Ooh, sounded like a lockup, but maybe not exactly. Peppers is actually doing quite well here, considering his early mistake.
Oh, coming together between Pondon and Sandeezy. Just before the hairpin, Sandeezy looks like he's come off worse for wear, down to last place. And he was in the wall. I think he may have picked up a little bit of wing damage as well.
Yeah, he's reporting his coming.
Oh, we got an Alpha Tauri around. Looks like Panda, turn 3.
I was just about to say, saw Smitty making a position there, and saw the Alpha Tauri across the track, so I'm not sure exactly what happened, but he'll be smiling. Apollo Pepsi jumps him. Oh, I think the actual Endocat might have had a problem as well. He just got jumped by Apollo and Panda. Up 6 of 31. FIBA well and truly in the lead of this race, 5 seconds ahead of Crush.
Andrew and Ando having a good exchange through Sector 2, but looks like Andocat's come out on top for now. T-Mac almost did a Leclerc there, coming over the bridge. Clipped the wall on the inside, lucky to keep his suspension intact.
Oh, he's gone! Smitty's gone! Oh, he's taking out Zakov with him! Oh, and no! Zakov! Okay, so
And
that...
Pepsi's dead.
So that, and we'll watch that again. So this is...
That's deployed the safety car as well. Safety car is out.
So this is something... I want everybody watching to just pay attention real quick here. This is how you don't rejoin a track. So have a look here. So unfortunately, Zakov clips the back of him, and he just goes, oh, I'll just rejoin here. Bang! Apollo has nowhere to go, and he gets taken out for his trouble.
Zakov, yeah.
So Zakov tried to go around the outside, obviously gets clipped by the rolling car, and then, yeah, as he, bang, just... Some of these
Zakov
guys...
might be in a bit of strife for that. Like, I know that the initial contact wasn't his fault, but to just drive straight onto the apex of a corner like that and killing another driver, that's... Nah, he's going to cop a penalty for that.
You need to keep in mind your relatives, okay? You cannot rejoin a circuit like that. I know
Had a
that,
number of... Sorry, continue.
I was just saying, I know that it's frustrating to lose positions like that, but you know, everybody deserves to have a safe race. You can't just cut out in front of people. You got to be careful. So.
Had a number of drivers pit under the safety car. Got T-Mac, Panda, and Smitty, as well as Combined and Sandeezy onto new mediums. Trin onto the softs. So maybe Trin predicting some rain. He's going to go onto the softs for a few laps and then try and make up some ground. Yeah. Or maybe the game put him on the wrong tyre, which is infinitely more likely.
Mm-hmm.
But interesting to see what the leaders do. I think Feber is about to... He's passing the pit entry, so he's happy with his hard tyres for now.
So the forecast...
Crush is pitting.
Yeah, so the forecast for this says 24% chance of rain. I don't know. I'm not sure if rain will actually be there, but in any case. So there's the safety car. Feber is just catching up to the back of it now.
Onto the medium tyre, so is Jack Humphreys. Macau as well, checking on some mediums. And Ekim getting his nose replaced as well in the pits and getting some medium tyres.
Alright.
Field is so spread at the moment.
It is very, very
There's dots everywhere.
So this will be the first actual safety car. We've already had a VSC, now we've got an actual safety car. I wonder if it'll be one of many. That entire lead that Feber had will now go away. Having said that, considering his pace, I don't think it'll take him too long to get back up to that point. But Jackson will be behind him in P2 there. Crush, of course, came into the pit, so he's there in P5. You've still got those original hard runners there. Zakov managed to come up to P4 in a albeit controversial way, but he is up there in P4.
He's got to have some damage to his car though.
No.
You know, he had another car drive straight into him.
Well, I can see an indicator of every type of damage, and I can see that his telemetry is on, and he is not reporting any damage whatsoever. So, do with that information what you will.
So, yeah, Scruffy makes a good point, and they were both Ferraris that DNF'd in incidents with him. So, Alfa Romeo might, well, they're losing their Ferrari backing, aren't they, Alfa Romeo?
I don't think they're losing it. I think they're actually willingly going away from it.
Well, yeah, they're going to another constructor, possibly Audi, I think was the constructor they were looking at.
No, because Audi's not until 2026, right? So they wouldn't be. They're terminating their contract from next year, I believe. Alfa Romeo and Ferrari. I could be wrong, but in any case, it'll be. It's very far away. I know that, but I hope. Like I really hope that Audi pull a banger engine, man. I hope they come out here, and you know what? I hope it sounds like a Lambo. It won't, but Man, I really hope they come out here and just give everyone else something to worry about. And also, I don't know what happened with Red Bull and Porsche. I think Porsche was being big babies. But it would have been nice to see Porsche. See, here's the problem. Here, like, legitimately, here is the problem. Anytime Porsche touches a motorsport, inevitably, they just dominate the sport. Porsche have something with engines, man. Audi is the same too, actually. But their success was kind of limited to Le Mans. More specifically. In fact, why doesn't everybody come back? Toyota, where you at? Come on! Cosworth, you make engines too, again. Come on! Everybody. Have every team have their own engine.
I think, aren't Cosworth doing the new hypercar category? Is it Cosworth?
Are they? Cosworth wouldn't make a car, though.
No. What am I
Like
thinking of?
they might be introducing an engine, maybe. Cosworth would make a car.
There was a team. I think it was a manufacturer that was tied to F1 teams back like 30 years ago. That's coming into hypercar.
Yeah, I
think they were using Cosworth engines. I think.
Yeah, I will admit the hypercar category for WEC looks nice.
That's going to be good. I'm looking forward to it.
It looks really nice, and a lot of because they've managed to bring down the cost of entry and the cost of manufacture, and so everybody's coming in. It looks so nice. I reckon it's going to be one of those motorsports. Definitely to watch.
Oh no, Sandeezy.
Is this
Sandeezy
fun?
just broke his wing.
Oh my god.
He was pushing to catch the back of the train, and he's just done exactly what Smitty did with the part under the grandstand, and he's just locked up and just understeered straight into the wall, and he's coming back into the pits.
Oh boy. I wonder if the safety car will wait for him.
I feel like it should be coming in this lap, regardless if he catches or not.
Man, Sandeezy's not having a great time.
Onto the softs as well.
I find it very interesting, actually, that the Haas team wear blue overalls for the pit crew, but there's no blue on the car.
I think it's probably just because it's all leftover stuff from the Uralkali branding.
The only blue on a
Save some
Haas
money.
car is literally the 1-in-1 sponsor. That's it. So I don't know.
I'm surprised that when that sponsor got pulled that they didn't make it like an American flag themed car. Because they're the same colours, it's just different orientation.
Well, that's right. That's right.
And it's an American team, like it... Why didn't they just do that?
There we go. Safety car will be in this lap. Taser tip. Switch. 1-on-1 is just about the only sponsor in the car, though. Yeah. So Haas own the car, and of course Haas's big money maker is Haas Tooling, CNC and tooling. So they're very big in the States. Gene, you know. But you're right. Yeah, it's the only. And Home Deluxe, which is like Aldi or something. Anyway, we'll jump back to the front of the grid here. So, of course, FIBA will restart. He had a pretty poor restart in the sprint race. Still got away with it, though. Hopefully, that'll be a little bit better. Oh, FIBA's away already? Now, there we go. Yeah, that's a much better. Oh, man, he's a rocket restart. My lord, he's cut everybody off. Let's jump back a couple of positions here. Look at Mikau. He's trying to defend from Meckham. Meckham goes really deep into the corner. And he made it. Props to him. He actually made the corner. I think Mikau was a little bit generous, though, giving him more space than he probably needed to as Pondon looks on the outside. We have a yellow one sector flag.
Smitty spun out of turn 3.
As Pondon looks to try and take the inside line going into turn 7. I don't think he'll get it, though. No, he backs out. Plays the smart game. Oh, but he might just lose to T-Mac here. Actually, no, it's pretty safe. T-Mac gave him the space. This is good from these guys. Panda putting pressure. Trent also on the back of the AlphaTauri. Now we got a sector 2 yellow flag.
Bridge.
Oh, that's massive carnage! Wow, they
Alpine in the
avoided
wall.
that. They avoided that. Those
Jack
guys.
Humphries.
Oh my god. Yeah,
I think
wow.
there's a legal overtake there for combined, so you had to slow down, let him back through.
I can't believe they actually avoided
Oh,
that.
and Sandesi has been spun around as well at the hairpin.
So yeah, they were going over that bridge, that little tunnel, and they were essentially blocking the track, and those guys managed to get through there with no damage. As Trin here is under pressure from Crush. Trin, of course, on the soft tyre, he'll have more performance in this early part of the race. Green flag.
Smitty's gone around again.
Yep. So combined makes the overtake on. Oh wow, Crush lost a lot of positions there.
Yeah, made a big mistake in the final corner, ran wide, and yeah, he lost a handful of places.
I got so confused because I saw combined overtake Crush. I'm like, I was just watching him. Just watching him.
Oh, he had a big moment as well through 5. Crush might have some aero damage.
No, the only person reporting aero damage right now is Jack in the Alpine.
Yeah, it just looks like Crush is losing the rear in every single corner. He's got rear wing damage, Crush. Yeah. What is Kebab in chat?
Does he?
Yeah.
Interesting. Does this show me rear wing damage? It does, but it's not recording it. I don't know. Oh, Crush doesn't have his telemetry on.
Yeah. You're right.
There you go.
Yeah, every corner he's turning the car and it's just the rear is stepping out.
Oh, have a look at this. Zagoff from the inside of Sneaky. Going into turn 22, he gets it done. Well done. Having a P3. No DRS, of course. A couple of laps. Smitty with a 3-second time penalty. Panda here for AlphaTauri. Trying to grab T-Mac. There's the DRS.
It's raining. It's starting to rain.
Is it? Yes, so it is. Wow, okay. Really eventful here tonight in Singapore. Eckham. Wow, Eckham is just all over the back of this Aston. So I wonder who pulls the trigger first. Eckham is so much faster. He's going to go hard into the braking zone. Oh, and they were coming together. And it was inevitable. Eckham did not have enough braking room. He left it a little too late there. He will go ahead. There we go. You can see the water effects now on the screen. The rain is on the way. Just wonder how hard and fast it'll rain, or if it'll just be a very easy pour, and we'll just maybe see intermediates go on the car. It looks like the Sneaky will come in and change tyres now. He'll do an early change to the Inters.
Yeah, Jack Humphries as well coming in. And Ponded. And DRS is disabled, so this is the transition phase.
Yep, there we go. So I think Sneaky may have done the right call here. I mean, Phoebe's so far ahead it doesn't matter. But
Unless it gets really heavy this lap.
yeah, no. I think he'll be fine. I'll jump on board with Trent at the moment, chasing down Panda. Sneaky Pondon on the inters. So Crusher's in the pit as well. As is Smitty. So Jax onto inters. Man, Ekin is all over Zakov here. Oh man, Zakov is losing that rear end. Ekin might actually try and get a jump here. It's a dangerous place, so he backs out. But yeah, you can start to see these dry tyres suffer.
They've just got no rear traction at all.
Yeah, there it is. You can just hear the revs there. Tyres are trying to grip, but when the track gets wet, there's nothing much you can really do. Fever goes into the pits and they'll all... Oh, hold on a minute! Zakov's... Wow. Yeah. Oh, you are joking! Jackson gets hit in this... The entire pit entry is blocked. Now, everybody is ghosting.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no.
This is not a joke, people. This is actually happening.
Oh, my God.
This is actually happening. This is actually happening. You couldn't make it up, people. You couldn't make it up.
Oh, God. This has happened before as well.
Did this happen in Singapore?
It happened in Singapore. It was in a pre-season race for 2021, and exactly the same thing happened. I think Pond and aquaplane into the barrier, and then Wahid hit him, and then just the complete blockage of the pit entry.
Was that the same one where the camera angle changed and it was the dude's face?
We got Stewart face, yeah. That's where it came from, yeah.
God.
And it's happened again in F1 22.
We're just going to have the one. Look at this! Oh my God, so many people get disqualified for doing this. Oh my God.
So, yeah, so out of that, Panda got disqualified, so did Jackson, and Zakov DNF'd.
Oh my God, we I shouldn't laugh because that sucks for those guys. But seriously, like, God damn it. Oh, I can't take that seriously at all. Oh my God, alright.
I mean, to be fair, Tier 1 chat is handling it very well. Like, it's just everyone laughing at and basically saying they did a Pondon. So, it's all good. Everyone's in reasonable.
Yeah, from what I understand, so Zach's alright, so we were on board with
You were following Zakov?
No, whoever was behind him, I forget now. I think it might have actually been Eckham. We're still on board with Eckham, so it might have actually been Eckham. And then Zakov goes into the pit lane but misses the brakes, so goes out of the track and then joins back into the pit lane, which is obviously a big no-no. Gets a 3-second time penalty for doing so. Jackson had hit the pit wall, so the way that Zakov entered back into the pits, he couldn't avoid. He crashes right into him, spins and blocks the pit lane, and then everybody's just there. Whoever it was, I think it was either Trin or Smitty, went out to the left of the pit lane and around, and they got through everything, but everyone else was just getting hit. That is so funny. Oh my Lord. Anyway, lap 16, we're past the halfway mark now. FIBA is still well and truly in the lead of this race, but with the safety car restart again, Sneaky might be able to maybe reel him back in. I don't know, FIBA's just been so strong. See that? Okay, alright, hold on. Okay, hold on. Look, people, this is what I'm talking about. Just have a look at this. Look at this drift. Ready? Look, 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 look. And he just misses the safety. Seriously, man. Fever's on another planet. Look at him go. Look at him go. Oh my god. Well, the safety car is in this lap.
Oh, by the way, man, there was a safety car brought out after the incident of the pit entry, and Sneaky did not get the undercut on Fever, but it was very close.
Alright, so we are, for another restart. Fever will take charge of this one again.
And we are just past the halfway mark.
I'm just curious, so Fever usually starts these off really early, actually. As you come out of the grandstand area. I just can't get over that drift. Oh my god. So Sneaky must know how Fever does these restarts. He's got to be on it, right? He's got to be on it. Not so much. Wow, yeah, Fever just gets another really good restart. The only thing is, and that might be something to look at, as Smitty overtakes Crush there at the back. T-Mac, of course, as well. So Crush did not get a good start at all. T-Mac's actually going to go up on the inside. Oh, and he goes way off the track. That's a corner cut. That's a massive corner cut there. I'm just curious. I'm just wondering if maybe Fever backed Sneaky up a little too much. If that's his play, I mean, not any warning or anything, but anyway, we'll play on. Pondon looking to try and jump Trin there, doesn't quite get it done. Jax right up on the back of the McLaren now. Oh, Jax goes hard on the brakes! Wow, that's a great move! Does he actually do this cleanly? He does! Great job! Oh, Pondon will have the inside line, though. I don't know if it's going to work out for him. He does! He backs out! Now the Haas is going to try to go around the outside. DZ might have a chance here. And he gets past as well! Wow, the McLaren loses 2 positions now. Smitty and Eckham going for it. Oh, who's that at the back there? Oh, it's Eckham. Yeah, he goes now. He'll have to go around the outside now. Oh, man, what a bad camera angle. All right, there we go. Well, Smitty will stay ahead for now. So the 2 Mercedes are behind each other. Man, just look how much spray is coming off these cars. Eckham is just caked with water right now. Now, who's the instigator here? Because Fever's getting away quite cleanly, but so is Sneaky. Mikau is 3 seconds behind. So, oh, and Eckham might just get Smitty down on the run here to turn 1. It's going to be close. Oh, Smitty gets left room. He's on the outside. Eckham's going to go sideways there. He's not going to get a good launch. I think the Red Bull might have him. Oh, but Smitty's all over the place. He's caught the car, though. No, Eckham makes it ahead. Good job there from the Mercedes. T-Mac, of course, jumps on Pondon as well. Up in a P7, Pondon will try and fight this down on the inside, but he won't want to risk the late break. He does not. So Williams gains a position as well. So, man, have a look at DZ. Started 13th, currently 6th position. Great job from him. Let's hope he doesn't remove his front wing. Seems to be a recurring theme. Looks like Eckham's in a position to attack Pondon. Pondon not having a great session today. Involved in a couple of interesting accidents.
Shout out to Sandeezy, currently P6
Yeah.
after being dead last and
Yeah.
breaking his front wing under safety car.
Righto, so Eckham is right up the back of this McLaren here. Ooh, just a snap steer there from the front of the car. So I wonder if Eckham will be able to do what he did to Smitty here, just a better exit on the last couple of corners. Get that overtake done. Oh my lord, again, they're just drifting out a little bit. Is it getting wetter? Wow, Eckham gets it. Oh, he gets it done through turn 22. Wow, okay.
Jack Humphreys into the pits.
Not
And
sure
he's
why.
on a full wets. He's on a full wets. So no wing replacement. He thinks it's time for oh, and there is a bit of standing water now on the pit straight.
Yeah, that might actually be a smart move because I was trying to figure out why these guys are getting so drifty, and I think I know. I think there might
keep an
just
eye on
be
him.
too much water on the track. The forecast is showing 85%. So, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on him.
So FIBA with a 3-second gap to front. Sneaky with around 2.5 to Mick out. And Trin there in P4. There's another bubble. Each of those guys really fighting their own race. I guess DZ now trying to go. So T-Mac managed to get a jump on him. DZ's maintaining the space. Falls behind. So almost got into P5 there. There is actually quite a lot of water on these cars now. I think that...
Yeah, just looking at Jack's time compared to FIBA, he is still slower than FIBA at the moment, but the car looks a lot easier to drive than on the Inters. But it's pretty close to being faster than FIBA now.
Sneaky's in the pit as well. So it looks like he's going on a full wet. He is. We'll stay on board with FIBA for a moment. And just have a look at how that car is behaving on this track. They still have 11 laps to go. So I'm just curious to see.
Yeah, see, Jack hasn't jumped Sneaky there, so still has a 5-second gap. Looks like the wet runners are making the time up under braking, but they're losing it all on the exit.
Oh my god, DZ and Eckham! They just took each other out. Oh, and Smitty's gone round. He's lost his wing! Oh my god.
And there's the safety car.
Well, if Sneaky and Jack can...
Oh, this is going to
Hurry
hurt
it up.
Sneaky so much.
Yeah, if they can hurry it up, we might be okay.
Sneaky's behind Smitty,
Oh no. Oh no.
and Smitty doesn't have a wing.
Oh no. The advantage is gone. Oh, you're joking. If you're FIBA, you'd have to come.
Oh no, Smitty just went straight on. So I think Sneaky's released now. Smitty went straight on into the runoff
No,
area.
FIBA stayed out.
Ooh.
You're kidding me. Look at the water coming down.
Unless it's going to get better.
Alright, well, Mika doesn't think so. Trin
No,
stayed
Trin
out.
stayed out.
T-Mac as well. Yo, that's proper rain, hey. No, that is proper rain.
It started to pull on the straights.
I don't know, FIBA. We'll see how it goes. But the last time this happened, you ended up off the track on your restart.
Or sneaking in and out in front of Mikau? Yes, just.
Up into P6, huh? Not bad.
And everyone in front of him are on the inter tyres on. Probably it's full wet track now, I think.
Judging by the water that you can see falling on the camera, on the T-cam, it's full wet. It is full wet. There's no doubt in my mind. Now, FIBA, see, here's the thing. So right now, FIBA just has an advantage over everyone because he's just been able to keep putting distance in these guys. Now, the question is, like, is he skilled enough here that he can maintain the intermediates on a track like this? But he's definitely not going as fast as he was before. So I don't know. We'll see. I mean, if that is the call, if they're making the call because the conditions may change for the better later on, okay, fair enough. But we'll see. See, look at the car just sliding everywhere. FIBA's got it all under control though. He's having so much fun with this. Look at him. Look at this. If you put it in the wall, FIBA, I'm never going to let you live this down, mate. Look at him. Look at this guy. Man. You're joking. He would actually, if a driver did this in actual Formula 1, they went broke. He would get the quickest black flag I've ever seen. It would just be like, no.
So Sandeezi's opted for fresh inters
Yeah,
in P11.
I was just about to point that out, yeah. Yes. And so all the people with penalties are the ones in the back there. Deezy, Eckham, and Smitty. Oh my god, FIBA. Jesus. Look. Oh my god.
I think if Smitty can close up a bit of distance, we might be back to green flag after this lap. He's just coming out of the hairpin now as Eckham turns off the straight.
Oh, that's going to be a late call, though.
I reckon maybe.
That's a late
Come on,
call.
Smitty, come on. Come on, Smitty.
But I think everyone at home is super impressed by watching FIBA purposefully drift his car behind the safety car. Oh, that's such a late call!
Smitty, come on, Smitty.
That's such a late call! Alright, well, we will be underway. The safety car will come into the pits. And FIBA has gunned it. Yeah, he's committed.
Oh, we have to get
See how
limited.
slow? See, that's exactly what I was talking about! That's exactly what I was talking about! FIBA did almost the same thing in the sprint race, and he's paid for it. Look at the Mercedes almost losing it there as well. It's a full wet track. He's gone from 1st to 13th, and he didn't even cross the line. Oh, man.
And I'm speechless. That's...
Oh, man. And now it's a worry for everyone behind him because they're all on intermediates too, and they know. They know that it's freaking slippery out there. Sneaky might actually be on a
If
charge.
Fever loses it, you gotta be worried.
It's either that or he overcooked his tires. Doing all the drifting. Who knows? But you watch Sneaky now. I reckon Sneaky's going to have so much grip out there, he's going to dance around everyone. Look at him. Look. Jax is up there on Crush. Crush has got nothing here. The Alpine's going to try and go around the outside. Actually, that's some really good racing there. That's fair. Jax gets the position now. He might have cooked his tires. I think he might have actually done that. And just got caught out with the safety car, like not realised it was going to call in at that time. Look at Sneaky.
Shout out Crush though, he's still driving with a broken rear wing.
Yeah, Pondon has rear wing damage as well, by the way.
Oh wow.
Yeah, look at this. Sneaky's going to be like, excuse me. Oh, actually, he doesn't get it done. Hold on. There it is. Oh, no, he hits him. Oh, he actually, there was a bit of contact there, and it looks like Jax might even be able to go over. See, look at that. The full wets are so damn fast. I understand that Pondon does have rear wing damage. That will come into effect, but Dutchy's saying that the throttle locked to half throttle when his foot was flat, and then it unlocked his throttle.
I thought he was too close to the safety car.
Right, okay.
When he decided to go, he should have waited a couple more seconds.
All right, well, he still has a decent amount of laps to go. If someone else crashes out and we get a safety car, who knows? So Fever makes the overtake on Smitty there, gains 1. Trin in the lead of this race, T-Mac 1 second behind, but look, Sneaky, Jax, and Mikau are really profiting right now. Going quite fast. T-Mac, though, doing well to stay behind Trin here. God, you can see how careful they have to be around those curbs. Oh, there's so much water!
So he just tapped Zambezi going into 7. Well done though. Fever slicing his way through the back of the field.
There's so much water. That is not easing up to the end of the race. No way. Just look how close everyone is here at the back. Oh, Fever right up on the inside of combined. And it looks like Smitty might just be able to squeeze out it easy here. He does. Endocat looking for a position change, trying to jump on the outside of the Mercedes. Wow, that's really well done there from the Williams. Endocat up into P8 now. Fever, of course. Oh, hard on the brakes in a turn 18. Who does that? And looks like Sandesi has side pod damage now.
Yeah, he's been in the wars.
Oh,
Sneaky.
look at Fever go around the outside! Are you kidding? What a move! What a move! Oh, he gives the position back, I suppose, but... Wow, he avoided that so well! Oh, actually, have a look at combined and all this. He managed to sneak up a couple of positions himself. So Fever up in a P7 now. And Pondon just having a squirrely moment. Fever saw that, went around the outside. God, that was so well done.
Sneaky closing in on the lead of the race now as well. Just a couple of tenths behind Trin.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay, Pondon had to go out a little bit wide there. Smitty manages to squeeze in. Look at this. This is a massive gaggle of cars. They come together, though. Endocat's got a little bit of breathing room. Combined. Oh, I see parts flying. Someone's got damage there. I think it's Smitty. Smitty has lost a piece of his front wing. There's combined. He keeps P10. He goes hard on the brake. He's going to watch out for this. He's going to come in contact with a McLaren. Oh, my God. 5 cars all in this fight. It's Pondon is the one suffering the worst with that rear wing.
Sneaky's all over the back of Trin's gearbox now.
Oh, see, now that's a problem. Oh, look at Combine! That's such a great move as well!
Oh, contact between Sneaky and Trin on the wall! Just before the part we go into the stadium, there's another safety car out as well, and Trin's down to P6.
That'll be because Smitty was crashed out. Oh, wow, look at that. Look at that slowdown. Look, Combine is stopped on the track.
Yeah, it's the Deltas, I think.
My God.
Faber's got the
Oh, my God.
Faber. And he is out. Yeah. Just put it in the wall then.
Oh, that's gonna change the host now.
Oh, because he's hosting. Why would you do that, Faber?
Oh no. Okay, now I wonder if that's gonna cause any issues. We might be okay. We'll keep an eye on it. Lap 26 to 31. There's not too many laps to go. Sneaky will catch up to the back of the safety car now. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars out of this race. Yeah, it looks like it's migrated okay, so thank God. But oh my God. Wow. Man, they really got to get that Delta stuff in check. Oh my God! Sneaky has side pod damage now. So that will come down to, you were saying that Sneaky and Jax came together?
No, it was Sneaky and Trin. So
Yeah, well-
Trin, they got stuck together going under the bridge, under the grandstand.
Well, he now has side pod damage. Sneaky has side pod damage.
I think Trin's got some wing damage, unless he's... Yeah, I know he pit under safety cars, so he's onto wet tyres now.
Condon has rear wing, and Sandeezy has side pod damage as well. Oh my. What an interesting development in the race. So I'll just hit... I wonder if we caught that here. Yeah, look at that. Fever just woof, right around the outside there. That was so well done. And then, yeah, like backed out, just gave it to him, I suppose.
Just had a little snap. If he didn't have that little snap, it would have been the perfect move.
Yeah, look, he sees the... See, look at that. He sees the McLaren, he just... Woo! He did leave the track, but I mean, you know, it was in avoidance.
Yeah, he had to kind of catch the rear there, which forced him off track. So, unlucky, but great move.
Alright, well, unless the safety car decides to do another call... No.
No,
Go
so we
around
got
again.
crushed in second. Is he catching the train?
Go around again. Oh my. This is at everything. This is at everything.
Oh, Ponded in the pits. He just came out of the pits. Okay. Is Ponded in the pits for you?
Yes.
He's just going super slow on track, and it's got...
Oh. Oh. Right. It had him as on pit exit, but he's
There
nowhere
we go.
near.
It's cleared. That's cleared now.
Yeah.
But that was odd.
He does have fresh wets though. So
Yeah, no, he definitely came out of the pits, but it was just said he was still in the pit exit, and he was almost out of sector 1.
alright, everybody is now bunched up, so we should see the safety car come in this lap. Well, with
T-Mac's still on the inters.
Oh, that's not a smart move. But with FIBA out of the equation, this might actually be a really interesting fight up the front. I mean, T-Mac's going to immediately lose all of the positions, I would guess. Yeah, this is not letting up at all. The amount of rain that was falling is the same, so...
Nags calling for an Aston 1-2 when there's only one Aston Martin in the race.
I was just about to say, the race started with only Aston Martin. Here we go. So the safety car is in. So it will be up to Sneaky to restart this race. Go on board with him and see just how he pulls this off. You can see him changing some settings there. Let's have a look. Is it here? Yeah, looks that way. He's keeping in.
Oh, someone lost some wing. At the,
Eckham.
Oh, no, that was Sandeezy. Sandeezy lost his whole wing.
Oh. Yes. Yes, he did. And Pondon has also lost some front wing. Oh, Sandeezy picks up a 3-second time penalty for warnings.
Can't turn the car, so...
So Sneaky actually had a pretty decent restart there. Nothing special, but he stayed ahead. Jack's close behind.
this is weird. It's showing up that he's in the pits for me as well now, Sandeezy. And he's...
Yep. So
I
that's...
think the lobby might be blocked, but anyway. Continue.
Yeah, it's saying that he's in the pit lane as well. Have a look at Eckham here. He tries to go on the outside of T-Mac as they break down into turn 7. T-Mac will have to be careful of the brake marker. You wouldn't want to push him off. He's good. Trin goes around the outside of Endocat as well. But Eckham is the one that profits the most out of all of that. Oh, and I think Endocat might just lose it too. The Red Bull. Trin is staying ahead well. He takes the inside line though. Oh, there's a little bit of touch. Look at all that water on the track, my lord. It is so wet out there. And just have a look at that, huh? T-Mac is the first in a very long line. He cannot be having a fun time. Those intermediates, also, I might add, those intermediates are on 42%. So...
I got 3 laps after this one though, so I think it'll make it, but...
Yeah, Trent is just going to skate
slow.
around. Oh, it's a great defensive line though. Wow, this is... Trent's doing... sorry, T-Mac's doing some work here. He's doing some work. I don't know if he can hold on for this long, but...
Surely he'd be letting his teammate through.
Well, the problem is if you do that, everyone else goes with him. There's no way you can just let, you know...
Oh,
just
side by
one.
side under the grandstand.
Yeah, this is some stuff right here. Now,
They've
Trent...
done the driver's now.
Trent is most likely going to... Oh, Trent's looking on the inside already. Here we go. Oh, so everyone's getting a little slippery, but Trent gets past. Now Endocat's going to look to try and take his teammate. Up on the inside.
T-Max just lost spots to Combine and Pondon now.
Has he?
Well, side by side with Pondon, but...
Wait a minute. Side by side with Pond? We're watching 2 different races. Oh, boy.
Yeah, this lobby's broken.
We're watching 2 different races because right now, Pondon is 10th place. Combined is overtaking T-Mac. Oh, this game never ceases to amaze me.
Well, I mean, that's going to be the post-migration, I think.
Yeah, for sure. And now I'm curious as to what everyone else is seeing on their races. The spectator race is bugged. Okay, sure. Well, I can only comment what I can see. So... How can it be... Hold on. How can it be bugged?
Okay, so I am seeing the correct race, but you are not.
How...
Yeah,
Okay, but how... What? But people are reacting to each other on mine. So how does the game just make that up?
It's just AI, I think.
Really?
Yeah, I've got T-Mac P10, Sandeezy P11.
Sandeezy's P11 for me, but T-Mac is
Yeah.
P10 now. You just got overtaken by Crush.
No, Crush is like 4 seconds down the road for me.
Wow, okay, well, that's cool. I don't understand how that works. Unless the no, that's showing the same. All right, well, it's,
It's almost here 2 times, so let's just hope for a, plain, sunny, no problem race. Is that hold on, if I'm looking at it?
so who?
What I'm seeing is correct.
Is Sneaky
So
in the lead for you?
I've got Sneaky, Jack, Mikau, Ekim, Trin, Ando Cat, combined, Pondon, Crush, and T-Mac with Sandeezy last.
That's what I've got.
Yeah, but what you're seeing is not what I'm seeing. They're not there on track. They're in front. I mean, this explains why Sandeezy was like Sandeezy actually pit, and he teleported back from the straight on into the pit lane. So it's
Yeah,
just
right.
yeah, it's ruined.
Oh boy.
Means that Racing League Tools is going to be completely wrong.
Actually, I'm curious. It's well, it'd be pulling from my telemetry, I suppose.
Yeah.
I mean, you could just give us dedicated servers, Codemasters. You know?
Well, apparently, if you enable crossplay, it uses dedicated servers. But then, who knows what other bugs we get introduced by
but
using
why can't I
crossplay.
just have dedicated servers? Why can't I
I
just
know.
host a dedicated server? In fact, why can't I have manual race control? Oh, yeah. And here we are, final lap. Sneaky. Actually, I can already hear the fireworks.
Yeah, so can I. I was just about to say. They've gone off a lap early.
Oh boy.
Some celebrities waved the checkered flag too early.
Everyone is just basically staying where they are and racing to the end. So Sneaky should take the lead of this race. Should take the win. Ooh, T-Mac just got pinged for track limits. Wow, 10-second penalty right at the end there, huh? That's rough. Sneaky making his way around. Nice slow lap. He's got a 2-second buffer. Rain will not light up. Yes, this is tier 1. Albeit with some errors.
Tier Cody's.
Tier Cody's. Oh, T-Mac's out!
T-Mac's out, apparently. And Sandeezy is also stationary next to him.
No, Sandeezy's driving for me. So I don't
I've got them nose to nose, basically. At turn 5, but that's AI, I think.
And DZ is, well, at least for me, he is traveling. So Sneaky goes under the grandstand. He will come out the other side. Only a couple more corners to go, and he will take the win here at the Singapore Grand Prix. Unfortunately, nobody will take the fastest lap point, as that does belong to Fever at the moment. Since he's out of the race, he will not get one. So 25 points on offer. 25 points secured there from Sneaky. Well done, sir. Oh, wow. And everybody finished immediately after Sneaky crossed the line. So.
Yeah, I've got Ekim in the wall in Sector 3 on my screen.
He has. Oh, and his tire's gone.
Yeah. That's what I'm seeing. Yeah.
Oh, and there's an Alpha Tauri crashed out in the middle as well. Who does that belong to? Mikau? It's Mikau as well. Mikau's... What?
Oh my god, Alright, let's just go to tier 2.
I think we should. I think we should probably just let it be.
I'm just gonna go.
Oh, okay. Oh my. What an eventful night. Sneaky P1. Jack Humphries with driver of the day. Alright, so there we go. The Aston Martin will take the top step of the podium. Drive there from Sneaky. I'm not exactly sure how all the timings will go at the end there, but in any case, they're done. Okay, so Sneaky will take the 25 points there. Mick out in P2. Jack Humphries in P3. Trin in P4. Oh, sorry. I was looking at the weekend results. So Sneaky in P1. Jack Humphries in P2. Mick out in P3. Trin in P4. Echo in P5. And Cat P6. Come on, YouTuber Crush, Bonin and Sandeezy will round out the top 10, and literally everyone else crashed out. Fever with the fastest lap there, but we'll not get the point. Oh my lord. Okay, so that is not the end of the night. We do have tier 2. I think it is starting right now, so we'll have a very short break and we'll swap right over to that session. Thank you for joining us for now, and we will be back in a moment.
See ya.
Setting fire to my brain, wondering how I'm to blame. You're the one who doesn't dream, so why are you always sleeping? I remember when you said you're afraid of what's ahead. What happened to ride or die? I asked and you just start crying. How are you acting so surprised? Haven't you seen it in my eyes? Oh, I'm running, what am I running from? Time's going by, but where's the time going? I tried to give you everything. You took it all and took it for granted. If you're still falling out of love, maybe it's 'cause I'm not enough. Maybe it's not enough, baby. I don't wanna lose you after all that we've been through. If you could change my mind, I would do it in a heartbeat. That's if you really love me. I would do it in a heartbeat. That's if you really love me. I would do it in a heartbeat. That's if you really love me.
Beyond infinity and back again. I'm to them. Young dog and talking. You know once in the shine, don't vex when you get married. Me nah make trouble stress my brain. Cut checks me, I cut to the chase. Star never second hand, never second, never man, never stopping for a second, talking up and in and myself. I have an open invitation, but you're telling me go get lost. I don't wanna see your face. Yeah, what the hell? So why don't we stay out to the morning light? 'Cause two wrongs can make a right. We're just doing what we feeling right now. Some Chardonnay, we camp in the parking lot. Leave traces of plastic cups. We're just doing what we feeling right now. So what the hell? Why you hanging on the rooftop by yourself? Always waiting for the one, but I got news for you. I'm the best that you can get, so what the hell? Yeah, what the hell? So what the So what the hell? What are you waiting for now? And what the hell? You're pretending that you like somebody else. Like you got boys waiting in line to take you home. But tell the truth, you'll spend the night alone. Let's be alone. So why don't we stay out to the
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're here for round 8 of the Tier 2 AFR Season 9 Championship. I am Kuno0. I'll be streaming alone on this one. I believe Seb is not available, as per usual. As per usual? No, that's the wrong word. Unlike usual. That's the word I was looking for. Yeah, Seb will not be here tonight, so I will take over the commentary box on my own. So let's have a look at the drivers here and just see who isn't. Someone is in this session. Halios. Let's see. So Halios is showing up as driver 63. And I think everyone else is fine. 99 is Apex. Oh my god. Alright, there we go. That should be correct now. Alright, so 15:49 on the clock. Mikael letting us know that it's going to be a wet start again. Oh my god. Well, there we go. Ooh, Dalek actually extends on the pit lane line there. Didn't get pink photos. That's okay. Who's coming around that final corner? I think it's Mika. So we'll jump on board with him. I think his teammate Panda is coming across the line for a lap, but stay on board with Mika. As we'll see the first of these times come rolling through. Yeah, Mika, if you want to jump in, by all means. By all means, jump in. Mika there with a 27.4 in the first sector, fastest sector recorded at the moment. Oh, no, actually no. There we are. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, gosh, it's been a while since I've done this.
Well, that was a very eventful race you just had.
Oh, don't get me started.
We'll see if Tier 2 can replicate that at all. There we go. So Mika going through, across the sector line there.
Just give me like a minute or two to just get back into the session.
Yeah, not a problem. Oh, and he invalidates. Okay, so Mika will not set a time. Who will be the first? I think Panda. Panda would be. Should come across here with a 1:37.1. So that'll be the fastest time on the board so far. And we'll just see as other people start to make their way across. Apex 1:36.8.
Some pretty quick times.
Mm-hmm.
We saw a few of the front runners in Tier 1 break into the 35s. If anyone can get in the 35s here in Tier 2, I'll be extremely impressed.
Stay on board with Flyboy at the moment, who will just on an outlap. As you see, the times are all in there. So 1:36.8. Wow, 1:36.869 from Apex, 1:36.889 from Snag. Dutchy with a 1:37.0, Panda with a 1:37.1, Zabe with a 1:38.5, AK Wahid goes across with a 1:38.7, Psycho with a 1:39.1, and Vasa with a 1:39.5, Saxa with a 1:39.6. There are the fastest sectors. Actually, it belongs to 3 separate people. Panda with Sector 1, Dutchy with Sector 2, Snag with Sector 3.
But Apex has the fastest overall lap time. How does that work?
That's very true. But Apex is not showing as the fastest sector for any... I wonder if that needs to be... Oh, that's a big crash. There's a lot of debris on the track there. What's going on there? That's actually really interesting because, yeah, Apex does not have the fastest sector in any sector. But he has the fastest overall time.
You need to be fast in all of them. You need to be fast in all of them. I'm just gearing up with Forehead as he's aborted 1 lap and he's going to try and set a banker. So if you want to go on a lap with our championship leader, take us around at the Marina Bay Street Circuit. Into turn 1, taking a lot of that curb, really attacking this section of the track, avoiding the inside for turn 3. And then just wind the car with a big snap coming out of turn 3 through the non-existent turn 4 and now turn 5, a very important corner to get right. You want to get as close to the left-hand wall as you can. And then flat out DRS wide open through the flat out turn 6 into the hard braking zone for turn 7 as Smitty has crashed at the Singapore Sling. Turn 8 now for the Mercedes, goes very deep. Oh my goodness. You know, for a banker Kunai, he's really stressing out that car. And hopefully Smitty's car is gone by the time it gets to the Sling. Oh, he's off the track, so it doesn't exactly matter. But this section very technical and hard to get right in the best of conditions, let alone the conditions we saw just half an hour ago or so in Tier 1. Final DRS zone for the track as you start the final sector of the lap into turn 13. And then it's a series of right-hand corners. He's out of ERS for this lap, but that's probably not going to stop him from setting a decent banker. We'll see how he goes. Through 15, 16, now 17. Into 18 as you go underneath the bridge. 20 coming up here, this right-hander. 21. And you're just trying to get as close to the walls as you can on that right-hand side and open up turns 22 and 23 as much as you can. And he's seemed to have boarded it, but he's missed the pit lane, so that's a bit interesting.
What?
I don't know why you don't finish that. I mean, I think he wanted to abort the lap, but then just missed the pits.
I really hope that that's what that is, and that we don't have like a really broken lobby right off the get-go.
Don't worry, Kunai. I think those lobby troubles behind us, at least for the moment.
Yeah, alright. Well, you can see the majority of people have a lap time there, the slowest at the moment. Well, doesn't really matter to 2:05, but Smitty is out of this session, so Gus with a 1:42.6. His teammate, of course, will not be driving since he is at Singapore. So he should be having a really fun night. So, yeah, Apex, provisional pole, 1:36.8. Nobody can beat him at the moment. Snag, currently on an outlap. We'll see if he can try and get it done on the next lap through.
You only have to find 200s though, Kunai. It's only
It's true.
200s are separating our top 2 at the moment, and about
That's right.
10th and a half, 2/10 back is Dutchy on the second row. it's a very, very tight top 5 or so, but then we have a whole second back to the rest of the field.
See, look how crazy this is, right? So, if you compare the 2 best laps of Apex and Snag, this is what's nuts. So, Apex has a 26.9 first sector. Snag is 0.069 slower, but he's 0.009 faster in Sector 2, and he's 0.04 faster in Sector 3. And that's where the 0.02 comes from.
Fine margins.
It's crazy margins. Here we go. So Snag up, invalidated.
If you want to attack that turn 5 corner as much as you can get away with, and just make sure that the car is quite stable, because the curves are quite higher than they were in previous iterations, but that didn't stop Snag, and he cut it a bit too much.
So who's on an outlap at the moment? Zay's making his way through Sector 3 now. Stay on board with Williams and see where he can set that. His last lap was a 138.5.
I don't want to cut you off, but we do have a couple of drivers on flying laps at the moment. Psycho going through turn 9, about to head towards the Singapore Sling, currently a 39.1. Puts him just outside the top 10 at the moment. Let's see how he tackles this technical section of the track, Kunai.
So, green Sector 1, yep. So, fastest Sector 2 time right now belongs to Dutchy, 103.9.
A little bit deep into the very slow left-hander. Panda 136.68, 2 tenths between himself and Apex. He puts that McLaren on provisional pole, as Gus seems to have just let the Aston Martin by as he starts his next line.
Oh, suckers to the wall!
Oh no, that's wow, too much out of what is that? Pick a corner number, Kunai, any corner number.
That was turn 17. Bang. Yeah, look at that. Right in the wall there. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, so 11th is the best the AlphaTauri can hope for. Let's have a look at, let's look at Dutchy. He's about to finish his final lap. The big snap coming out of turn 21. Currently with 37.0, he needs to find 2 tenths to make a position, and he finds 2 tenths. Puts himself on that front row next to Panda, a 136.806.
Yeah, currently on board with his teammate Vasa. P12, just making his way through the Sector 2 now. Green Sector 1 time. So he'll be looking to improve from his 139.598. Makes his way into turn 13, into the DRS zone. You can see the rear wing open. I'll give him an extra boost of speed as they go down towards turn 14.
Oh! Tenths up.
Apparently hits... Oh, no. I thought he might have had the fastest Sector 2 there, but no. It's just...
no, but he's still on for a massive improvement.
It's a cracker lap.
Yeah. That'll put him right around where Wahid is at the moment. Around 9th place. So that demonstrates the field spread between the midfield and the back few, as it were. Basta trying to get a little bit closer to his teammate. These final 2 corners where you're just on the edge of grip. The tyres are screaming at you, Kunai. P10 for the second Ferrari.
Right, so 138.8. As we have Snag and Dalek on outlaps again. So Snag, of course, invalidating his previous attempt. A little too wide coming out into the field.
Oh, Dutchy.
Oh,
Dutchy's crashed on his in-lap?
Oh, boy.
I don't know if he's pushing again. He's lost at the exit of, I think that's turn 13, that right-hander. I'll get these corner numbers eventually. It's taken me, what, 2 years? Still can't get them right.
There are 23. 23 in total. I get to cheat because I have an indicator that tells me. Everyone on the broadcast can do so as well. Alright, so
Yellow
we have
flags.
3.
Looks like Miko having a little spin at turn 9. No, that because the Sling is turn 10.
So three cars out. So Smitty, Psycho, and Dutchy. So I don't think Dutchy's time will be fast enough to save, to keep P2. I think he'll lose a bunch of positions there as we wind down this qualifying session. So that's an unfortunate one there for Ferrari. As Flyboy at 138.7 up in the P9. Just waiting on Snag to just maneuver in the last couple of corners. And he'll start his flying lap. Hopefully this time he won't invalidate. And we'll see where he can put this green Aston Martin.
mean, he only needs to find a 10th, and he's right on that front row next to Panda. So, and over 23 corners, Kunai, a 10th is not like a huge chunk of time. If you think about it like that, like you can easily get a 10th in a corner. So there's a lot of room for these guys to be improving. As looks like Gus just pulling off to the side of the road. The yellow's in sector 3. And we have Flyboy. No, that's his teammate.
Snag with the fastest sector 1. Beats it by 0.005. Well, we might see a provisional pole, so he's done one. The next one is a 37.0. 03 from Dutchy, 103.8 the total time.
He's found half the time he needs to get on that front row. Think about it like that. A slow hairpin where it's really difficult to get the power down. DRS open for one, a final time.
And he does!
3.5 tenths. He's on track. On track for provisional pole. This could be a very close shootout.
Dalek, 136.5, his teammate up there now in provisional pole, but I think Snag is going to take it from him. He's
We're
only
looking
gonna...
at Aston 1-2. Aston 1-2 maybe.
Yep. All he has to do is maneuver the next couple of corners well. Don't invalidate. Don't lose traction. It's going to be a blistering lap here as Spicy gets disqualified for a session. It's going to be in the 36s. And it is. It's a 36.4. Wow, that's an improvement.
But look at this. Kunai Panda is coming out of the pit lane for his final run. He's seen the times and the challenges put out by the two Aston Martins. And he's like, nah, orange better than green. But he gets out in the bit of traffic, and I think he's just cut off Apex, who was starting his flying lap.
Oh. Well,
that's not good.
That's not good at all. Yeah. Maybe some miscommunication there. Drivers should have made their intentions aware. I wonder if maybe Panda just didn't catch that. So 2 minutes to go on that screen. So Apex, I mean, the only benefit here, of course, is that Apex, it's very, very early on, so he'll be able to recharge and get everything done. Let's see, I don't see any wear coming from his... Ah, yeah, he doesn't have any telemetry going, so I can't tell you what that is.
No drivers on flying laps at the moment, unfortunately, Kunai, but it's that calm before the storm. Everyone, or almost everyone, out there on track, making their way around to start their final flying lap for the session. 1 minute 20 left to go. And 1 second covers, what is that? Only the top 6?
Yeah, not even. Not even. The top... Oh, no, wait. 37... Yeah, you're right, the top 6, yep. So Zay had a what? A 37.3, right? Yeah, that's it, top 6. So
and Kalios in 7, 38.0. Wow. That's, we're not used to seeing this big of a gap.
Yeah, gap between the cars.
Yeah, wow.
So here comes Panda. Let's see. He'll cross the line, and the lap is on. So 26.8, the fastest Sector 1. This belongs to Snag in the Aston Martin. Panda will be looking to purple that sector, and that'll give him a nice head up on the rest of the lap. Down towards turn 5. Nice use of the curbing. You might even get a cheeky toe from the Red Bull in front. Not sure if he's close enough. 26.8 to beat.
It seems a bit far.
Oh, he's done it! He's done it! Purple Sector 1. The Red Bull gets out of the way. Panda now looking for a 103.8 for Sector 2.
But Kunai, that's the easy bit of the lap. That's the easy bit of the lap. Sector 2 and 3, a lot more challenging. And especially this section here, turn 10, the Singapore Sling.
Here we go. Look at that, using every bit. Wow, I thought he might have just knocked the wall there. Oh, he does! Oh, no!
Pushing too hard, and that's not going to ruin not only his lap, but the Red Bull behind while he's calamity down at the south side of the track.
That was Apex, wasn't it?
Yes, that is Apex out as well. And Gus threading the needle through.
That is such a bad place for it. Every single tier did this. Every single tier had a crash on the bridge, which caused a blockage.
I mean, that's the hardest point of the circuit, Kunai, because in games gone by, you know, all that downforce was being generated by the very high front and rear wing value. the angles, I should say. But in these ground effect cars, you can't just floor it out of turn 12 like that. You're setting yourself up for 13. It just doesn't work anymore. And especially if you take that curb like we've seen so many drivers do. But in the half, Gus rules, threads the needle. Has it cost him time? Yes, it has. Well, he's made a big improvement. Still stays 14th. Saxa behind him, 10th, with a 10th improvement. Who else has got to finish their lap?
Forehead. But
Forehead, championship leader. He goes into third place, second row for the Mercedes. A lot better than 16th, eh?
yes, but man, what could have been from Panda's lap? Oh, it was on track. He's still fourth though, even with the crash out. Still, the previous lap got him to fourth.
The Aston Martin's going on.
Yeah,
They lock it out.
1 and 2, front row for both Aston drivers. 36.4 from Snagger, 36.5 from Dalek. Forehead managing to get the 136.5 right at the end there. He'll start P3. Panda unfortunately crashed out, but had a fast enough lap to start P4 in the race here. Dutchy, Apex, Zay, Wahid, Kalios, and Ferret will take out the top 10. And an unfortunate one there for Spicer, who was disqualified for, I believe he was pointing the wrong way. So I'm assuming he spun on track and couldn't spin around quick enough. So he will start right at the back.
Yeah, I mean, if you go off in one of these runoff areas, I think it was at turn 7, he went like very, very deep and then just couldn't get moving back on the track because there was so many cars coming through that section at the time. So a lot of work to do for the AlphaTauri, as his teammate Psycho crashing out about halfway through the session. And I am going to give you some feedback on the track here because I've been plopped in the Alfa Romeo car. So yeah, this will be interesting. I'm the medical car for this one. You know?
Oh wait, you're in a car?
Oh yeah, I'm in a big red medical car.
I love it.
Right? I'll tell you, things on the grid, right? They aren't looking great. It's green all tires for everyone, it seems.
Oh, this is fantastic. We've actually got an on-cam, an on-the-grid commentator. That's fantastic. They should do that more often. Maybe that's what they should do. Every single race, they just pick 2 drivers, and the drivers have to be the commentators for the race. God, that'd be great.
Maybe not in conditions like this, and maybe not at a street track as challenging as this one.
Now, judging by that rain, it's not crazy, but it is significant. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. So here we go. The lights are counting down. They're out. The race is underway. Snag with a pretty decent launch there. And it seems pretty clean, actually. Oh, actually, one of the Mercedes goes off to the side of the track. But it seems okay as we go down a couple of positions. Panda makes a move on forehead. We're good. Everybody's good. That's actually a pretty decent start.
Good at the back as well. People keeping it nice and clean. It's almost 2 by 2 going through turn 5 as well.
So Dutchy and Dalek trade places here. As he goes onto the inside, he's going to try and brake harder. Oh, he's got to be careful. There we go. Apex and Kalios trading. I'll have a look at Kalios. He is right up on the inside here. Apex seems to be getting some traction. Issues coming out of that corner. Lost a bit of time.
Through the sling for the first time in these tricky conditions. How are all the drivers faring, Kunai?
They're doing just fine, actually. I would expect everyone gets through the bridge okay, so that's... Apex just seems to be having some trouble there. Smitty and Saxa drag racing now towards turn 14. There's a predicted pit stop strategy there. It's at a 2-stop or a 1-stop. Can't imagine anyone doing 2-stop. It's a bit too slow.
Well, I got the weather report from the lovely folks here at the medical car centre, whatever. And we are expecting rain for basically the entire race, but there is a dry patch somewhere in the middle, so we might see a quick stint on the dries.
We'll
If it
keep an
gets to
eye.
that.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on the rain. We'll see if it eases up. Snag will kick us off here with a 1:59.0. As we have a yellow flag on sector 3. Which one of these cars?
So Smitty,
Oh. Smitty spun off, and this is our beautiful commentator Mika coming into the pits.
yep, medical car's done its job.
I love it. All right. So Snag in the lead of this race, but Panda right behind, not letting him get any room. Wait. So, decent gaps across the board. This Panda is really pushing.
I mean, Panda called himself the Rainmeister for near on 3 years now, and he's definitely showing. In fact, both Snags and Panda driving exceptionally well at the moment. They're pulling away from Dutchy already 1.3 seconds. It's only been a lap and a half, Kunai.
They're going actually pretty fast. Both of them doing a 59. Nobody else on the track close. Dutchy with a 2:minute 8.
Oh, you have to look at this. I think Gus has had an issue somewhere. Because through the bridge, it's almost 3 wide.
So it looks like Spicer. So Gus making the overtake on Spicer there. That's turn 14, I believe. So they go down towards, yep. So yeah, not sure exactly what happened there. We'll jump back on board with Apex now. Chasing down Kalios in the Mercedes. Ferret close behind him as well.
Just keeping an eye on these front two, and Panda is literally pushing Snags through this final sector. He's got so much more speed and confidence in these conditions. It must be, you know, the driving.
Oh, but look at that.
There we go.
That was 3 separate fastest laps. 3.
Yes, to Snag the slowest of the 3, and Dutchy bringing that gap back. Panda, hopefully he doesn't feel the frustration seeing that Aramco rear wing, Kunai, because it's a long, long race, especially in tricky conditions like this.
We still have plenty of race to go. Panda needs to just keep his cool. He's shown in previous races.
He's using that overtake. He's gaining. He looks.
That's it.
Oh.
That would have been a very brave move. Already, even if that was in the dry, it would have been a brave move. And now you're going to add a wet circuit.
Speaking of brave moves, Apex on the Kalios at turn 7. The Alpine up into 7th place, chasing down Zay in the Williams.
So right now, everybody's at a nice steady pace. The only people to break out of that are the top 3. Sort of in their own little race at the moment. Oh, actually, Forehead's gaining on Dalek, but Dalek is dropping back significantly from the top 3.
It's like we see in most of these league races, Kunai. You see these little clusters of cars as they sort of separate by their speed group, if you want to call it that. You have those front 3, and then we have Dalek and Forehead sort of trailing a little bit far behind, and then you have this massive train stuck behind this Williams. 6th all the way down to 9th. And then another group led by Wahid, just outside the points.
But all of them, no matter how fast you may go, there is one great equalizer, and that is the safety car. And
That was supposed to be the rain.
Sorry?
I thought that was supposed to be the rain. Is it
The rain is
equalizer?
the rain is, I suppose, but I mean, based on what we're seeing right now, it doesn't seem like it. But a safety car, well, you can't go faster than the pace car. So that will bring everybody together.
You'll just see the black flag.
Yeah, that's correct. You will be ejected from the circuit. We've seen a safety car in every single session thus far. I can't imagine this will be any different, but you know, I'm fine to be surprised if Tier 2 can manage to keep this clean enough to avoid such a safety car. As Saxa picks up a 3-second time penalty there from multiple warnings. Quite early on in the race, I must say. Oh, Ferret looking to the inside here. He's going to go late on the brakes, but you got to pull the car up. Hey, he did it, actually. He did it quite well.
Beautiful move.
P8 there for the Red Bull.
Beautiful move there as they and Apex still battling through turn 8, now turn 9, swapping places just a little bit. Zay keeping himself in front of that Alpine for the time being though, so a great defensive drive so far from the Williams. But Apex, I think just a matter of time. Let's see if he can set himself up for a good exit out of turn 13, Kunai.
Every time I see these guys drive through the bridge, I pucker up. I don't like it.
Oh, a wide entry on the power. He's not using that ERS just yet. He flicks on the overtake, but it's not quite close enough. In these kinds of conditions, you have to be right on their gearbox to make a move into 14.
So Apex is doing well, just to maintain this gap. That doesn't seem to be able to make the attack. Just maintaining the gap for now. And of course, no DRS with weather conditions such as rain.
Oh, Panda, less than 2 tenths going into turn 1. He's got the overtake on. He has a look. Oh, late on the brakes, but still can't find a way past this Aston Martin. It's just showcasing how difficult it is to make a pass. But a snap from Snag. This could be the opportunity that Panda's been looking for.
Banner is very close. Yeah. Banner is very close, and throughout all of this, Dutchy is also profiting slightly. He's maintaining the gap so far.
Oh, they're both out of battery. Dutchy 60, Panda and Snags sitting around 20%, Kunai. The Ferrari could be onto something here.
Apex on the inside of Zay as they go through turn 8, but it's a little too deep. Doesn't get the exit speed. Zay will retake P6. But these two back and forth.
Yeah, these guys have no chill at this early stage of the race. And look at Apex around the outside of turn 12. You don't see that one, but he's so close. He goes very
deep!
In the inside. Oh, can he pull the car and leave the room? He leaves enough room. Who's better on the right foot? It looks like it's pretty even. A drag race now coming down towards turn 4. Williams still has that inside. He's trying to squeeze him towards the wall, but he can't do it. Apex keeping his nose in, and we have side-by-side action going into the third sector.
This is actually quite incredible. Apex manages to pull ahead now. I think it's a clear lead. It is. Apex up into P6. And have a look at Ferret. All of that battling allowed the Red Bull to catch back up. Now he's within 3 tenths. This is a heated battle. We've got a heated battle up at the front and a heated battle in the middle. Based on that update, Snag a 154.8 fastest lap to the Aston Martin. No, Dalek takes it now. It's the Aston Martins going back and forth. 154.833 for the man in P4.
Alex found it close to 4 tenths that previous lap on those in front of him. So the Aston Martin's showing that they've got some speed in the rain, trying to convert their amazing qualifying performance. Panda, he keeps using his ERS down towards turn 7, but he's just not close enough.
Both himself and Snag are using ERS. Snag is clearly needing battery charge in order to stay ahead. But it's interesting because I thought Dutcher would be closer in this battle, but he is actually falling a significant margin behind, and only when Panda and Snag start to properly fight does he catch back up. I thought maybe he'd be able to put a little bit more pressure on Panda, but as of right now, it's Panda doing all of the pressure. And Snag's doing a great job at maintaining this gap.
Just having a look at Dutchy going into turn 13. I cannot stress to our viewers how difficult it is to put the right foot down at that very slow, very slippery corner, Kunai. It's near on impossible, especially in these new gen of cars. Well, of course, the first time we're visiting Singapore in these new generation of cars. Oh my god, Panda is so close to that Aston Martin. He can basically smell the oil and the fumes from the back of that, what is it, Britain Green car? Is that what it's
British Green,
car?
yeah, that's British Green, that's correct. So
Oh,
Panda
this
has
might
to
be
try.
it.
He has to. Oh, cat! Oh, oh, he caught it. Oh, he caught it. Panda is one for the He likes that. He likes that type of loose driving. But it's not good for your lap times, but it's great for the crowd.
Not good for the tires either. He might have just lit up those rears, and he's struggling now. Dutchy pulling yet another couple of tenths on the McLaren. Panda is just trying to find that limit through those final 2 corners because it's so difficult to judge. But if you get it right, you can be close enough to the car in front to make that lunge into turn 1 that Panda is so desperately desiring.
He gets close, but then like he just wanted to put... See, the problem was he wanted to put his foot down a little too fast coming out of that final couple of corners, and that's what caused the massive spin. You have to be gradual here. The rain isn't as heavy as in some other sessions, but the intermediate tyres can only take you so far. We're lap 7 of 31. We still have plenty of the race to go. So all he's got to do is just maintain the gap. Keep calm, keep collected. You still have pit stops. You might be able to get him on strategy. You don't have to always get them on the track, but I know that it's very tempting. We'll see.
5 tenths apiece separating our top 3 at the moment. Alex seems to have fallen off just a little bit. Forehead as well, 4 seconds. Our championship leader not having a great time in these tricky conditions. But, you know, still 5th place, and he's got a decent gap behind him to Apex and Zay and the like. It's running a nice, quiet race, is the Mercedes.
All of the gaps further back from the top 3 have exploded out. Wahid actually maintaining 3 tenths there to Kalios and P9, but the real action is right up the front here as Panda, relentless like a pit bull, just staying right on the back of this car. He does a much better exit this time round. He still gets a little bit sideways, but it's not as bad. And look at the speed difference between the top 2 and Dutchy through that. Dutchy just goes out, blows out to almost a second. As Apex, fastest lap, 154.6 from the Alpine.
Yep, he's definitely pushing, trying to make up for lost time. He was stuck behind Zay and the Williams for quite a few laps, and he's trying to do his best to give Forehead at least some kind of challenge. But still 3 seconds between those two. It's going to be a little while. Panda!
Oh, he locks up the brakes, but he manages to stay on the track.
He needs like literally another half a tenth. If he can get a half a tenth, he can make that dive into turn 7. But to find that extra half a tenth, especially with such low resources, such a battery at the moment, that's gonna be tough. Like we're seeing he's right on the edge already. Speaking of right on the edge, Panda's teammate starting to come under a little bit of pressure from Psycho behind. Battle for 12th. Mika, Psycho, turn 8.
And it's so interesting. Dutchy just gains all this time through some of these corners and then just loses it right at the end. Panda, now see, have a look at this. See, something's happened here because Panda's now blown out quite significantly. Dutchy is in the attack range now. Snag is having to adjust his driving because he's got to make sure he picks the correct line. Because if he gives just an inch, Panda's going to take that inch and he's going to try and make it as large as possible. It'll be the world's largest inch. So you have to make sure that you have to... Snag has to cut off any advance there. But having said that, Panda did drop back quite a bit. He's gaining the time back now. We'll stay on board with Dutchy. Look at this, 6 tenths, right? So Dutchy comes through here. He lifts off. And just look at that McLaren. It's gone! What the speed difference? Panda keeps so much more speed through that corner.
The thing is as well, Snags is carrying even more speed than Panda. That's why Panda can't get close enough to make a move into turn 1, Kuno.
Right.
So I don't know what the Aston Martin's doing, but he's doing phenomenally through those last 2 corners.
Wow, it really is. It's just... And, I mean, through all of this, by the way, Dalek has crept closer and closer and closer and closer. He's still outside the 1 second mark, but that doesn't really matter considering there is no DRS. There's no strict inherent advantage by being within that time. But as they keep fighting and as they keep making these little mistakes, that other Aston Martin's going to come into the fray, and then there might be team games afoot. Then those... Dalek and his teammate might actually be able to play some games with him. And, of course, we haven't even... You know, we're not even close to the pit window yet, so all of that comes into it as well. You know, do they all come in at the same time? Does someone try to go for an undercut? Does someone try to go for an overcut?
We don't know what's going to be more effective. I still think the undercut and getting those fresh intermediates up to temperature is going to be the way to go. But there is still a small chance of a dry patch on its way, and the rain has gone lighter since the start of the race. So it's a possibility we might see a short stint on softs, but this race is far from over.
Looking at the rain from the broadcast camera, it's significant. It's so it's still definitely.
Oh, it's still there. Don't get me wrong. It's still intermediates, but
I'm just curious as to how fast it'll ease up if it does, or if we'll just maintain a wet session the entire way through. And again, Panda drops back to that 1 second mark, and just have a look at the gap here as they go through that corner.
Well, it seems to me that Snag sort of struggles in the first and second sectors, but he's really good at that final bit of the lap. And that's why Panda just can't quite get close enough. He gets sort of close here at turn 5 on some occasions, but thinking about making a move into turn 1, forget it, unless Running Snag makes a mistake.
Well, if we have a look here at the sector times of the last lap, Snag with a 31.1 in Sector 1, Panda was 0.05 faster than he was. In Sector 2, Panda was slower by 0.5, and in Sector 3, Panda was faster by 0.3. So the last lap difference was only 0.063. That's significant. You're faster by 0.05, but then you're slower by 0.5.
Here's the next predicament, Kunai. It stopped raining.
It has. You're right. So that was actually quite quick. The track won't be dry as of yet, but it's Panda, my lord.
Panda needs to be careful because he's really been working those rear tires, and you don't want to overheat them as the track starts to dry up, because then say bye to your grip.
34% wear on those tires. Snag running a 29% wear average. Dutchy, I don't have any telemetry coming from that car, so I cannot tell exactly.
We'll be starting to feel it now. They've been on these tires for 10 laps. Just want to mention briefly, looks like Gus has had a little bit of a moment. He's now been given the wooden spoon by Smitty. And, yeah, not a good day for the Haas, the sole Haas representing the American outfit.
So still each person within one. Look at that. The 3 single. 153.3 coming from Dutchy. So that was, for everyone, a 153.7, a 153.5, and then a 153.3. Oh, Apex with a 153.0. Jesus, man. They're passing that fastest lap around like a token.
And it's going to keep going like that, Kuna, as this track continues to dry. We don't know how long the dry patch is going to last for. Heck, they might even only be on slicks for a maximum of 4 laps, for all we know.
Well, nobody's pit in yet. Panda, I think, just set the fastest Sector 1. He did. He set the fastest Sector 1 there.
Still quite a bit of spray coming off these tyres, and it takes a little while for the streets to disperse all of this water. But I don't think we're too far away from seeing slick conditions, Kunai. It's really, really touch and go out there, and it's all going to be who nails the crossover, who is so in tune with their car that they know exactly when that crossover is put on the slicks and then gain maybe upwards of 3-4 seconds on their competitors.
Well, as the track has started to dry, Dutchy is actually much closer to Panda than he's ever been. Now, as you can see, there are still some wet patches, and as they run through them, spray tends to kick up, but looking at it from an average point of view, Dutchy has definitely caught up much more significantly. Dalek setting the fastest Sector 2 time at that moment, actually.
Dalek slowly creeping his way further forward. So it looks like Panda struggling a little bit. See the Panda struggling a little bit in these changing conditions, or Dutchy has found his footing in these, you know, sort of drying track.
Oh, he's gone into the wet. Look at that. See, trading. Look at it. Look at the fastest lap. Seriously. It just keeps going. Bang, bang, bang. Dalek, 152.0. So that Aston Martin will be in the fight. Don't you worry. He will climb back that time. And I have to say, this is incredible racing.
I think it's time. I see barely any spray on those intermediate tires. What are these top 4 going to do? Because there are 2 Aston Martins in this top 4 kunai, and I'm sure that Dalek does not want to double stack with his teammate and potentially lose out to Forehead and maybe even Apex behind.
Well, they'll have to manage this properly because obviously nobody's going to want to double stack. You lose way too much time. The only problem is who... I would assume Snag will get the priority, right? And unfortunately that'll mean that Dalek will be hung out to dry, no pun intended. Oh, am I kidding? The pun was intended. So, see, okay. So Panda is like significantly behind here now, right? But Dutchy is right there. So something...
This is struggling. He's burnt out those tires.
This is so great to watch, yeah.
Driving style.
Yeah, this is so good to watch. So Panda's actually got serious wear. He's got 41% wear on those tires now. I'll actually just switch over for you guys at home so you can see. Have a look at that tire performance graph there. 42. Actually, they all just turned medium there. So 29% on the front, 42% on the rear. So that is significant, right? That's going to be very, very slippery. It was already slippery, but now it's going to be really slippery. I think they're all coming in.
3. It is a double stack from Aston Martin. All 4 of our top 4 coming in. I think that the entire grid's going to do the same. No, Forehead stays out. Forehead, our championship leader, has stayed at another lap. Apex coming into the pit lane. We'll see what Zay does as well. He's coming into the pits. Forehead still setting the timing sheets alight. But he has gone out an extra lap on those.
Oh, look at the timing on that! Are you joking? Are you joking? There's no way they planned that. There's no way. Wow. There is no way they timed that. No way that was on purpose. If that was on purpose, that is the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. There was no crossover time for those 2 cars. That is insane.
Here's that dry patch that I was talking about at the start of the race. An excellent double stack from Aston Martin, only losing about 2 seconds to Dutchy, which is incredible. That's great news for the British team.
All right, so
look, it's a sea of red and yellow right now with a few hits of green here and there, but I'm sure that those 2 at the top will be in this lap because the track is bone dry basically, Q9. But what an interesting sort of mix of these dry tires. We have some on the soft, who think the rain's going to come in only about 5, 6, 7 laps time. And then those on the medium who think, no, it's going to be on the dry tires a little bit longer. Which is going to prevail? I've got no idea. What's your take on it?
Well, Race Control have just confirmed DRS, so it is dry as per the regulations. Considering the forecast is showing 62%, the rain's coming back.
Yeah, but when? When is the question?
Well, we've still got...
None of these guys can go to the end. Like, even though if it was dry the rest of the way, mediums cannot make it to the end. These guys are all planning for another pit stop.
We got 18 laps or so, 18 laps. So I would say maybe... we'll probably see rain with 10 to go. That forecast number is climbing really high. I'm going to assume... I'd say 10 to go.
That means that the softs won't exactly be feeling great. I don't know if they'll even make it 10 laps. But if it comes earlier, the softs have that extra grip and pace, using up the tyre, and then it'll be easier to keep the heat in when the raindrops do start to come back.
So Forehead with the fastest lap at the moment of 150.9. He's just coming to the pits now. So Snag is back in the lead of this race on the soft tyre. Panda, of course, on the medium tyre. Dutchy and Dalek on the soft tyre. I'm looking at this forecast number, and it's climbing pretty rapidly. Once that hits 80, I will notify you, but it's climbing. So 14 to 31. 1.3.
We have a party here. Mercedes on Red Bull. Round 2, Carlios, Wahid side by side through turn 7. But the Red Bull pushing Mercedes off the track. Wahid tries to hang it around the outside, almost collecting the wall on the exit. But Carlios with a decisive move as Smitty also makes a move into turn 7 on the Ferrari of Vassar. Spicer, making it 3 from 3. Giving the wooden spoon once again back to Gus.
Wahid couldn't quite make the move stick. Alios will stay ahead there. There's Dutchy now within. Snag seems to be even faster in the dry.
Well, he's on those soft tires as well. Panda's on
Look
those
at that,
mediums.
140.3.
And for the first few laps, those softs are rapid.
Oh, Apex takes it. See, Dutchy and Dalek didn't have an answer for that one, but Apex did. 139.8.
Apex is pushing like there is no tomorrow. He's already picked up a 3-second time penalty for exceeding track limits. He's got 8% in his battery reserve. But he's caught up to the DRS of Dalek. I think that's what he was pushing so hard for. He's gone within that 1-second gap, so it'll be just a little bit easier to stay with the Aston Martin. Wahid joining the penalty club, 3 seconds for the Red Bull in 10th.
So Dutchy doing a really good job here, just staying on the back of this McLaren. Panda, it's very interesting. See, Panda just, oh, I see. Somewhere along the way, Panda has picked up front wing damage.
What?
Panda has picked up front wing damage. Panda's car is reporting front wing damage, as is Zay. So that explains quite a bit. So Panda will or may be suffering from some...
Sorry to cut you off, Kunai, but Smitty, he's a man on a mission. He didn't have the pace in the wet, but he's certainly showing in the dry, trying to hang it around the outside of Mika through turn 7 and goes very, very deep. But he manages to keep the car ahead, and he's now made the move on the McLaren. The Williams back up into 13th place. Psycho next on his hit list.
Again, switching to Dutchy here, just maintaining this gap to the McLaren. But have a look at that, 2.9 seconds the gap between Snag and Panda. Snag is out of here. And just so we're clear, the forecast has hit 88% rain. So I'm going to assume it's coming soon. Actually, it's hovering. It's 87 now. It's not climbing.
Well, I'd say we could look at the clouds to see the sky, but can't really do that here, can we?
No.
Oh, Mika. Absolutely mounting the curb at turn 17. Got some airtime on that one.
Switching to the other Ferrari here, Vasa chasing down Mika and Smitty. Smitty at one point actually had the fastest sector one. So he was definitely booking it.
Yeah, he's closed that gap. It's like he's showing he's got the speed in the dry. Just when the heavens open up, it's a different story, unfortunately.
Oh, Mika, 3-second time penalty there for multiple warnings. So
Just keeping a close eye on Dutchy and Panda up the front. 3/10 is the gap. Looks like softs are definitely the tire to be on at the moment. Panda 3 seconds now behind Snag. Snag is taking this race with an iron fist at the moment.
So forecast has stopped at 87%. So I'm not sure if the rain comes back, but it's very high.
95% confidence interval, but it's quite high.
Yeah.
Psycho now coming under pressure from Smitty. Going into the sling, the Williams just gaining ever, well, corner by corner really. Just, the softs are just so much faster than the mediums right now. It's absolutely absurd. Getting really close. He might even make the move into 14, Kunai.
15 lap warning there. The biggest loser is Flyboy at the moment, 4 positions lost. The biggest gain is Smitty. And Spicer and Flyboy trade.
Make that 5 positions lost.
Wow, Dutchy is so fast here, but he's no, he pulls back.
He had a look, Panda locked up. Had to leave the space. Apex fighting with Dalek. He's caught the other Aston Martin. They're side by side going through the middle sector.
Oh!
Dalek having a little bit of a connection problem.
Yeah, he's ghosted there. He's ghosted.
No way to fight. Panda's out! Panda's lost it! Coming out of turn 9.
Lord.
That could be a safety car, and it is a safety car, Kunai.
Oh my.
And with rain on the horizon, we've seen already tonight how quickly this track can dampen up.
Well, I'm not sure exactly what happened there. I wonder if it was contact between... I don't think so. But he is out. He's broken that wheel.
And that Dutchie's left the game as well. Wow, this is well at the halfway point, just past the halfway point. This has thrown everything out of whack.
So Apex was right on the back of Dalek there. The safety car came out, so he wasn't able to make the overtake. He'll have to stay in line until, of course, we are back under green flag conditions. The safety car just waiting outside of...
Well, forehead spun as well.
Yep, going through underneath the grandstand there now.
Fine. He's just teleported back into existence. Apex in the pit lane. As is Forehead. A lot of guys coming into the pits, Zay into the pits as well. Ferret's staying out. So what's the call here? Fresh. Forehead's going to hards.
On tires. That's a call.
He thinks it's not going to rain again.
That's a call. The forecast has stopped. There is no more movement now. It is just 87%. So, it seems very high. So that is for the next 10 to 15 minutes. So based on that, yeah, we're looking in the next 10 laps, I suppose.
Who knows at this point? Now the whole field's going to be bunched up. Some have pit for fresh tyres. Others have elected to stay out, not pit for another set of softs. So it's yeah, it's quite an interesting race, this one, Kunai. And what do you do?
Well, it's a good... That's a good question. That's I don't know if some of these guys might have engineers to help them make that choice. Others might have to do it on their own. But in any case, one of the big threats is now out of this race. Now he can, I suppose, breathe a little bit easier, but I can't imagine Dutchie's going to let him get away with too much for too long. However, the Ferrari does not have a friend to help him here. His teammate Vasa 13th, whereas the two Aston Martins really making a sandwich of Dutchie, so games, I assume. We'll see how this all goes. We'll go under another safety car lap.
I'm still trying to figure out why Forehead would choose the hard tire. It just seems off.
I wonder if that's the only fresh tire set he has.
Potentially. Oh, and guess what? It has just started to rain again. First few drops are out again.
Yep, we can see it there. Oh wow, this is going to be fun because if you're one of the guys at the back, is it worth for you to come in? Like, let's say you're Mika, right?
How about you say that you're Psycho, Spicer, Flyboy, Gus Rules, and
yeah, that's true.
Mika.
That's exactly true.
They're all doing it. They're all doing it, Kunai. They're all putting on the intermediate tires under the safety car, so they will get the opportunity to catch back up. And then by the time it's the safety car's been called in, we've seen already tonight how quickly it turns from slicks to inters.
So there we go. So the rain is falling, and yep, the forecast was correct. It just went up to 88% there. So it looks like we're going to stay with rain till the end of the race, if I had to guess. Oh, and Mika, of course, with the penalty there, they had to wait before they could work on the car. That's the extended pit time. If you're...
He had spun and broken his front wing as well, just before the swing at turn 9.
Oh, Dutchie!
It is back to the conditions that we saw at the start of the race, Kunai.
Whoa, now Dutchie reset to track there, but...
Yeah, that's a no-no.
It is a no-no, but if I'm going to play Devil's Avocado, that's probably the safest option. I mean, he would have ghosted for the other cars, so I guess he would have just had to, he had to wait. Oh my god, is Saxa just almost punted the wall there?
It is wet. It is wet now, Kunai.
Yeah,
that is unbelievably quick.
That is so funny to me because I was...
Because front wings flying everywhere.
Because, well, to put it in perspective, so Forehead has a front wing damage, Saxa has front wing damage, and Smitty has front wing damage. Now, here's the problem, right? Snag, he can't race on these tyres. He knows he can't race on these tyres. Now, if the safety car stays, which I think it might, he'll have to come on.
Safety car is staying out. They're
He'll
all
have to
going to
come
have to pit for intermediate, and Doug is right behind his teammate, and he's going to lose
Yeah,
so many places.
So now, I'm sorry guys, but you're not going to have your magical crossover anymore. That's not going to be possible. Dalek, you're going to lose out. The question is by how much. Everyone's going to have to put on some tyres. I have a feeling...
Psycho's caught Smitty. Psycho's caught Smitty. Smitty's around. Psycho's been released. No Delta at this time, I don't think. As everyone is in the pits, where are they all going to come out?
No, Dalek is look at this. Where does he come out?
No.
Where does he come out? P6? No, P5? 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 P5. Yeah, okay. So he's lost 2 positions there. 3! No, 3, sorry. He's behind... Yeah, 3 positions there. Oh, no.
Wow.
Look
And
at Psycho right there.
Yeah, the 2 Alpha Tauris. 6 and 8 now from what was, I think, 15th and 18th, the 16th.
So, I mean, if you're Snag, you're laughing right now because you did just get a free pit stop. There was no threat from anybody there, but if you're Dalek, well, that's a
You're screaming at Snag.
rough shake of the sauce bottle, I will say.
And then you have to take into the track limit penalties into account. 3 seconds for Apex, 3 seconds for Wahid, Spicer as well, with 1. Saxa 3, Gus 3, and Mika 3 down at the back as well. With 12 laps to go, the rain coming back.
So this
and a
rain,
doubled up order.
this rain is significant. We might be seeing full wet conditions in a moment.
It very well could, and it's even harder to tell when the wets are the right side to be on, because just from that tier 1 race, Mark was saying that the inters were faster the entire final stretch of the race, when that clearly wasn't the case.
Oh well, the safety car is in this lap. So an unfortunate restart there for Smitty and Mika. They won't be able to catch the group before, but it'll be up to Snag now to restart this race.
Well, they might get close.
It'll depend how slow Snag decides to take this restart, because he has backed off considerably. You can see Ferret right there, Apex as well, P3, Kalios P4, Dalek P5. Everybody just waiting for this restart. Snag will have to make sure. You know, you can play some games, but you can't do too many shenanigans. It's got to keep it fair. So I wonder when he'll start.
83 kilometers an hour. Smitty 3 seconds under safety car. I don't know how he's managed that one, but Ferret is right on the back of this Aston Martin. The safety car is now in the pit lane. Snag is free to go whenever he so pleases. He's holding them off. He's holding them, still holding them, and he's now gone at the apex of turn 22.
Yeah, it's a decent restart. Oh, look at the Red Bull, Jesus!
Decent restart for everyone except Wahid is now side by side with Saxa going into turn 1. Trying to hold it around the outside. Saxa inside for 3. Wahid leaves him. Can the Alpha find the grip in those intermediates? Not quite, but Apex side by side at the front with that Ferret. Here we go. 2 and 3. Kalios not far behind either. He's got the speed as well.
Oh, look at that. Oh, my Lord. Apex. Does he get it? Does he get it? Hard on the brakes between these two. Kalios wants a piece of this as well. Dalek is laughing this whole time because he knows that the more they fight, the closer he gets. Oh, Ferret's still on the outside. Ferret is still on the outside. Oh, Apex manages to squeeze it, though. Wow, this is fair. Oh, Dalek went so deep. Wow, he carried so much speed through there. And this is where he's going to lose it, I believe. Yep, you just see him go sideways there. Just a little too much speed. So, but Snag, wow, 0.7 now.
Oh, Dutchy looks up the inside. Spooks the AlphaTauri out. Psycho cedes the place to the Ferrari. Battle of the Italian teams. But Dutchy back up into 6th place, trying to make up at least some ground from what was a pretty dreadful safety car period.
So Psycho has just let his teammate through there, Spicer.
Yep,
Just have to be
recognizing
very
that
careful.
faster driver at the moment. Closest gaps are in this midfield though. A Snag 1.6 already. All that fight between Ferret and Apex has just given Snags just so much breathing room, but we've seen already how fast Apex is in clean air. I don't think that gap's going to be at 1.3 for too much longer.
So Forehead, there's some internet issues here. Forehead seems to be bouncing around everywhere, but was close to Psycho for a moment. We'll jump back up to his teammate Kalios up in P4 as he chases down Ferret in the Red Bull. But Snag, look at that, 1.4 second lead as he gets away here. So Apex is trying, but with that 3-second penalty, I mean, that's going to be hard to overcome.
Yeah, well, he's been really attacking the track limits. I've seen him really hop the curb at turn 1 already. And Flyboy into the pit lane has fitted the extreme wets, the blue wall tires for the Alpine. And he will be the test guinea pig for everyone else on this grid, whether it's time for the extremes or not.
The forecast is maintaining 88% average, so looks like, you know, the weather won't let up at all. The intermediate seems good, but everyone's getting very, very slippery here.
I think the wet's the time to be on, honestly. We'll see how it goes. Flyboy is able to gain about 2/10.
Oh, have a look at Forehead here. Oh, no, he didn't. Forehead almost went for the deep dive on Psycho there. Chose not to. He's playing a bit of a sensible game, but Psycho is definitely struggling. And Forehead's going to look again. No. Oh, but Psycho goes way wide.
He has to leave the room on the outside. Forehead on the racing line. Better exit, Psycho.
Oh, you don't overtake here. You don't overtake there. Oh my god. Oh my god.
And now he's able to slot back in.
You got it done.
Not full position to Saxa as Apex.
Oh, Snag!
Snag's going in for the full wets.
So the race leader has chosen to come in for the full wet. Apex will stay out. Darling. All right. Is it going to happen again? Are they going to redeem themselves? Look at the tires. Look at the tires. Look at the tires. Oh! I love it. I love it. That's so well done. So Snag will come out in P13. That's rough, but everybody's going to have to come in.
Is it worth it? Is it worth it? Because look how far back those two Aston Martins are. P13 and 14. Just getting the gaps cleared up on my screen at least. They are a full 26 seconds behind Apex.
Well, I'll tell you what. I will give you
8 laps to go.
I will give you an update on the lap times as everybody comes across for this next lap, and we will monitor the speeds at which intermediate runners and the wet runners are going. And I think you might find that the wet is the right choice. And don't count out that a safety car could still make an appearance. Because if a safety car comes out, that's it. That's where the win comes. And Snag will go right up to the top. Look at that. Look, Apex is locking up going into turn 14. This is a dangerous circuit to be on intermediate tires. Everyone is having to fight quite hard.
But I'm looking at the gap to leader between Snag and Apex, and Snag's not gaining. In fact, he's losing time to Apex at the moment.
Well, we'll keep an eye on those times. If that's the case, these guys haven't danced these cars. I'm seeing them slide.
Oh, it's dead even. It's dead. The wets are now slightly faster than the inters, only the tiniest bit, but with only a handful of laps to go, is it really worth the 20-something second pit stop to put the correct tire on, or do you just hang it out on these inters and hope that the checkered flag comes sooner rather than later?
So Apex's last lap was a 56.0, Ferret with a 56.1, and Kalios with a 56.1. So keep that in mind, a 56 is what we're expecting. Now, Snag and Dalek's lap won't count this time around because they just came out, but we'll keep an eye on their pace. And as we see Mika come into the pits there, so Snag will gain a position for free.
The wets are the correct tire. Snag is now has now gained 4 tenths over this past lap on the intermediate, well, to apex really.
Ooh, it's
But he's got to
forehead.
get around out of laps. If it doesn't start getting a lot worse, like right now, he's going to run out of time to get back all those positions that he lost from the pit stop.
4 tenths. Forehead with a 3-second time penalty. Zay getting really close to Saxa there. And yeah, this rain is not letting up. This is a wet track. 89% on the forecast. It is a proper wet track. So it will be this way till the end of the race. There is no doubt.
Yep.
And I'm just curious. I want to see this
Snag's
next
only
lap
found
time.
half a second. Snag has only found half a second in this first half of the lap. He's not getting fast enough. He might have just thrown... Aston Martin might have just thrown away a 1-2.
It's not over till it's over. We'll find out. Lap 24 or 31, only a handful of laps to go. 7, if you want to be specific. And Apex, 1.9 second lead. But remember, he has that 3-second penalty. So if it stays the way it is, Ferret and Carlios, as long as they stay where they are, they'll actually manage to bump him. Zay doing a really good job here. Trying to pip Saxa. Just can't quite get it done. So wait for Apex to come across here. No, he's already done so. So let's have a look at these times. And again, look at this.
Uh-oh, this could be it.
155.
Flyboy out of turn 8. This could be a safety car. It is a safety car.
And there it
Oh my
is.
goodness, what is going to happen?
I was just about to point out that, and Snag didn't get to cross the line, and he's had to slow down. But Apex slowed down to a 55.4, and Ferret was a 56.5 and
Here
a
come the
56.
Here come the drivers. Half the grid just got drive-throughs for the Delta bug.
Oh, and Snag got pinged.
Snag
Oh.
got pinged, but his teammate didn't.
Oh my god, this game sometimes. Well,
We are looking at a very interesting last few laps of this race, Kunai. Very, very interesting. So surely you have to pit now. Like, the safety car has given you a lifeline. Snag has only really gained about a second over his pit stop. So that's enough for Apex to pit and come out still ahead of the Aston Martin, despite the drive-through. All right, he's still got the gap.
man,
That's
Smitty got
gets
another one again.
Another one. Yep, you have to keep those deltas green, guys, regardless of how ridiculous it may seem. I do feel for all of those drivers who
Yeah,
picked up
that's
drive-throughs.
just so silly. You essentially, some of these guys essentially almost have to stop. In
You
order
do
for
have
the-
to stop.
Yeah.
With some of the deltas, like, I remember in that Tier 1 race just gone by, that final safety car, it was 5 seconds in the red instantly. And everyone was just parked, and I only made it by about a second and a half.
Yeah,
So,
it's
it-
really
it's-
a shame.
you have to be on it.
It's really a shame having to deal with that. I say it all the time, but Apex is not coming in. He will stay out. He is staying out. He has decided that the best course of action is to stay out. Ferret and Kalios stay out. Dutchy stays out as well, so they think that they're fine on that intermediate tire. Fair
I
enough.
think if you're someone like Psycho, you go into the pits and take it, because, like, I think you still have the gap, almost.
Nope. He stays out.
No, they're taking track position. They think it's okay. Right now, Kalios has let Dutchy through.
See, look at this. See, look at this. Saxa had to stop, man. Look,
Yep,
they've
that's-
stopped.
They've
Saxa,
stopped.
Zay, and Vasa have stopped, man. So is Snag, and Gus, and Dalek.
They've all stopped. They're not
Man,
moving.
what is that? Smitty as well? Mika has had to overtake. He'll probably get a penalty for that. Look at this. Zay gets pinged for...
Well, because that Saxa needed to stop, right, for his delta, he's still not moving. And what?
Oh my god.
Uh,
Oh my
This
god.
is a mess.
Oh my god. They all got pinged for stopping on the track. My man. This is the craziest lobby I've ever seen. Either you've been pinged and disqualified from the session, or you have a 3-second time penalty. There is less cars with a penalty than there are cars with a penalty.
As an AlphaTauri fanboy, I am so happy that Psycho has made it through unscathed. He's like the last car who's made it through. I'm so relieved.
I can't wait for him to say psych. You watch. Psych with 3-second time penalty. Psych! Oh, that's crazy.
What does this mean for the conclusion of this race?
Apex probably takes it, because nobody's going to be able to overtake anybody.
I mean, Apex 3-second time penalty though.
That's a good point. No, he doesn't. No, you're right. I don't think he can make up a 3-second gap. But to see that...
The car is coming up to those who have been waiting for the Delta. This is absurd. You look at Wahid, like there they go.
Look, who's parked on the track right now? Is that Wahid?
So it's Wahid, Smitty, Dalek. Mika's come into the pit lane. Gus has suffered a drive-through to try and keep his car moving.
Look at these cars. Look at these cars having to stop. Look at these cars having to stop. Look at these cars having to stop. I'm telling you, man. Like, oh my god, I'm so done with this game. I'm so done with this title. How hard is it to just have a race where things don't break, man? Like,
I think this is the first time ever that the points finishes have been a lap down.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dalek is lapped and is sitting 10th.
Oh man, I don't know. Hey, something is not right. Smitty's in the pits at the moment. Wait, he's in the pits? What's he switching to?
Another set of wets.
And they're holding him. They're holding him? Don't you hold him before you work on the car? Oh my god. Well, this is...
that one.
Yeah, this is a shame. It's a shame that this race has to end the way it does. It's a shame that the race has to end the way it does, because this should be a nice race to the finish, and instead...
I think it still is going to be, like, I know it's like been soured by all the problems experienced by those in the back half, and heart goes out to all those affected. But we're still looking at a very interesting and very unusual podium for this race.
So the forecast
so those who have made it through, right? Apex with the 3-second seems to be the fastest driver in these kinds of conditions, but he does have 3 seconds to make up in, will only be like 2 or 3 laps. We have Ferret, who's a new driver I haven't really seen before. We have Dutchy, who's on 19 lap hold inters, mind you. Those inters, he's been on those a long time, unless my HUD's just messing up.
It's 19.
Yep,
19
he's on old intermediate tires on a track that is wet. It's heavy rain out there right now. So he's going to on neutral ice skates right now. Then we have Spicer with a penalty, Forehead with a penalty, Psycho without a penalty, and Kalios has just caught up to the back of the AlphaTauri. Then everyone else is almost a lap down.
Oh man, the real winner here is Spicer, 14 positions gained.
Yeah, I mean,
Safety car is still out.
it's going to go until, I think, the end of this lap, maybe? Because the safety car can only be out for a maximum of 4 laps at a time, I think. 4 complete laps.
Something like that. Oh my god. So Wahid's in the pit lane now. He's come out on inters.
Doesn't look like the track's gotten any...
That's silly. That's so silly. And he'll have to. I'm at a loss. I'm at a loss for words. Yeah, I assume the safety car comes in now. I don't think it can wait any longer.
I mean, McGuss still has that drive-through, as do the back 3 that are still remaining. So that's even larger problems. And who knows? There could be a massive wreck at the bridge on the final lap.
Oh, if that
That would be the cherry on top of what has been a very, probably the most eventful week in AFR history.
If that happens, is this an omen for tonight? Is this an omen for tonight's GP? Is that what this is?
Oh god, I hope so. This will be crazy.
Oh god, here we go. Here's the bridge. Everybody, come on, get through one piece. Thank you.
It's still safety car. They're okay. They're okay, Kunai. It's okay. Do you need something for your blood pressure?
Everybody, nah, I'm good. Everybody in the top 9, they're all. Hey, alrighty. Well,
okay.
It's unfortunate there for Smitty.
3-lap sprint in these conditions with 3 drivers with drive-throughs and everyone's on the wrong tire. Everyone who's in contention is on the wrong tire right now.
This is going to be an absolute bonkers restart. Apex.
If you're a punter in this race, if you're a punter on this race,
yeah.
You're ripping your hair out.
So Apex, 3-second time penalty. All Ferret and Dutchy have to do is maintain that. Now you know what the real problem here is. The real problem here is if everybody can maintain their gaps, right? Apex will drop down quite a lot. Actually no. Spicer and Forehead both have 3-second time penalties as well. So Psycho can profit big time here.
Psycho's got a few lap cars in his way that he needs to deal with.
So
as it's green flag once again.
Apex.
Here we go, Ferret. They're all getting so swirly as we start the 3-lap sprint to end Tier 2 AFR season number 9. And here we go, Dutchy in the fray, trying to gain. Looks like Apex trying to get those tires warm. The Red Bull trying to get the better exit. Oh, he's gone sideways, and the Red Bull takes the lead at the Singapore Grand Prix. Psycho having a few
they
issues
come together.
Oh my goodness, there's no chill on this track right now.
So Apex did well. The only problem is he did come into contact with the back of that Red Bull. Have a look at Dutchy here. Dutchy's all up in this fight as well. He goes up on the inside here. He's got to try and maintain the gap. There's a little bit of a touch from the Ferrari, but everything is fine thus far.
Trying to find the way through. It's hard to win the race when you're in 3rd place.
The Red Bull goes ahead.
Yep, he's ahead. Trying to hang it around the outside. Get the better exit. Can't exactly do that. Meanwhile, behind them, things seem to be spreading out a little bit, but these top 3 are inseparable right now with 2.5 laps to go in the trickiest conditions I've ever seen. They're slipping and sliding. It's like a water slide out there.
Oh, Dutchy. Dutchy was so close to putting their car on the wall. Oh, my lord. Okay, here we go. Lap 29 of 31. Ferret is in the lead of this race. Apex in P2, Dutchy in P3. Have a look at Forehead and Spicer, both close together. Forehead actually looking at a interesting. That's a lapped car, is it not? That is. It's Dalek. Yep, Dalek on the full wet. So Dalek's got some speed here. Carlios and Spicer trade positions there. So now both the Mercedes are together.
Dalek still is blocking. He's going to have to deal for blue flags eventually, right?
Yes, and you can be given a time penalty. Yeah, you can be given a time penalty for that. You must be careful with that stuff. You can see the blue flags there up on the square. So Dalek does have to be very careful, otherwise he will get pinged for that. Ferret, I have to commend him. He is
running away with it.
Yeah, running away is exactly the word that I would use. Is Carlios and Forehead trade places. Carlios is in a really good position here.
I think Dalek has finally sort of gotten out of the way. Smitty has now crashed at the exit of turn 9.
There will be no safety car.
No safety car left in this race. So we are green until the end. Oh my god, Dalek is so, this is the problem. Dalek's on the correct tire, so he's so much faster than all these guys. But he's a lap down, so he has to yield the position or risk getting penalized even further. Whether that be from the in-game stewards or our stewards here at AFR.
It's interesting because you would think that he would give up these positions so he could get on with it. Now, I can't see any blue warnings, though. Can you? Because I can't. I see no blue flag warnings coming up on the side of the track. So I think Dalek is actually in the clear right now until Dutchy can get closer. And the problem Dutchy's having is the track conditions are just... He's sliding everywhere with those intermediate tyres. So the only problem with Dalek is there's nothing he can do, right? He cannot gain this time back in the lap. So he's out. but he is still trying to push as hard as he can, and he might even cause a bit of a ruckus here for the guys at the front, but Ferret is staying ahead really well. Apex 1 second behind now. You can hear the tension in the engine here. Dutchy's trying to keep the traction in the tyres, but the tyres don't want to stay on the track. It's just so difficult out there. But what really gets me is seeing how many drivers are out of this race.
Yeah, I mean, Gus and Dalek are both a lap down, and they're both going to score points. I mean, I feel bad for Mika now, though.
Yes. Actually, having a look at that, so the only person that's considered a lap down is Mika now. Everyone else is technically within a lap. As we see the final lap warning there. So Ferret, man, you got to give it to this guy. Consistent driving, and he's just managed to eke it out on Apex. Dutchy's still within the 3-second range, so Apex will probably lose third as well. Kalios.
I mean, it's growing.
It is growing.
It's right on that edge.
It is growing. Do you know who could screw this up for Apex? Dalek. If Dalek makes an overtake, Apex is not going to be able to gain that time. But Ferret, man, he 1.5 seconds to the car behind. He's going through this really, really well. Dalek is all over the back of that car. Interestingly, oh no, never mind. I thought I saw a different color there, but I didn't. Kalios, he's trying to catch Dutchy as well, but yeah, these intermediate tires, they are not cooperating for anyone.
It's final lap. The Red Bull's still holding on.
The bridge.
Apex actually gaining. Here we go, the bridge.
The bridge is coming.
Uh-oh.
There's the hairpin. Apex right up in there.
Gus has gone off. He's a bit past the bridge.
Man, you could hear...
They made it through. They made it through.
Yeah, you could just hear these tires screaming. Apex is actually doing really well at the moment. He's managed to close down this gap.
They're screaming as opposed to they're freezing. They're shivering right now.
Yeah. Apex has managed to close this gap, but of course with a time penalty, he's not going to be able to get anywhere close. The question is if he can get far enough away from Dutchy that
it doesn't look likely.
it doesn't look likely. So here we go. Ferret in the Red Bull. Something monstrous would have to happen for him to lose this race. He has 2 more corners to navigate. Just keep it nice and steady, and he will take 25 points for his trouble here at Singapore, and he gets it done. Apex crosses the line. Dalek crashed out before the line.
I mean, he's just given Mika a point.
Yeah, I suppose.
That's what he's done. He felt bad.
And there you go. So Kalios up in the third. Yeah, he's kept it. Apex 4th position. Psycho finishes in 7th place. Vasa will come around the final sector. But Mika, congratulations. You'll be up in the 10th place. Will you be up in the 10th place? Yes.
There we go.
Well done.
That's how you throw away a point. I mean, starting 1-2, I know you were hoping for more than 1 point, but like, come on.
Yeah.
You have to take out something.
Yeah, that's a rough one. I'm curious if he did that on purpose or not, because the angle.
I highly doubt it.
The angle that he's hit that wall looks to me as if he just didn't. He didn't have the turning, like he's just gunned it and straight into the wall. But in any case, that is the race over. What an eventful.
I mean, it's gotta be out. I mean, Gus is still going.
Ah, true. Well, yeah.
The last driver on the lead lap. And, you know, gotta give the big man some camera time.
Oh, I'm not even.
Top race. I mean, with how Gus's race has gone, like, just as a whole, being, like, basically the slowest car out there today, to come away with 2 points is somewhat of something of a miracle.
It's pretty good. Yeah, if you're being honest.
So, no, I mean, he probably has a lot on his mind, considering he's one of the higher ups here at AFR, but the driver in him, the competitor, will take those 2 points and he'll take it with open arms as he comes across the line to finish 9th, and that is Singapore done. And yeah, let's not come back here next season. Let's come back here next season, depending on which way you want to look at it.
So look at that, Mr. Spicer driver of the day, and well deserved. I believe he gained 14 positions that race.
Yeah, he started last from the DSQ and qualifying to finish 6th. Yeah, props to him. Very, very proud of him.
There we go. Ferret making his way to the top step of the podium. Well deserved. It was a great drive, I must say. Unfortunate, in the grand scheme of things, but that's a good result for Red Bull there. Let's celebrate with some champagne. Actually, I don't think it's champagne anymore. I'm pretty sure it's sparkling wine. I think. Yeah. In any case, so that is a race done and dusted. Congratulations to Ferret. He will take the win. Dutchy in P2, Kalios in P3. Apex with the fastest lap. So he'll actually get a fastest lap point. So he'll get an extra point there for P4, 139.8. Forehead in P5, Spicer in P6, Psycho in P7, Vassar in P8, Gus Rules in P9, and Mika runs out the top 10. And in a very unfortunate...
+1, +2, +3, +4.
Yeah, look at that.
And then, yeah.
And then a bunch
I just want to note
DNFs.
the grid positions of those on the top 3. 10th, 5th, and 9th. And
Yeah.
then Apex 6th.
Yeah,
like,
look. Yeah, Mr. Spicer, 18th to 6th. Like, nuts.
Psycho
Nuts.
14th to 7th as well. Like,
Yeah, nuts. Well,
what a crazy, crazy day it's been across all 3 tiers.
that is, yep. Yep, and I'm very, very tired, but I hope that you guys have enjoyed that. That is the end of the AFR broadcast tonight. We'll be back, I believe, next week, where we go to... Where do we go to next week? No? Oh, okay. Back to Suzuka. Yes, excellent. All right. I hope you guys enjoyed that. But that's all from us for now. We'll catch you then. And goodbye.